Hey, everybody, how you doing? Welcome in. Let's see who we got here with us so far. Scott B's here. Rose Moments. Koi Yanzi, hope I said that right. Leslie Vasquez. Barb Joy Johnson. John Keller, Connecticut's Most Wanted. How you doing, John? Good to see you. Mod Squad. And Amber Para. How you doing? Wanda's here. People filtering in here. Hang on a second. I left my air conditioner on. You can probably hear all that noise back there. It was hot here today in New England. It was in the 90s or something. Turn my air off here. Got an app on my phone so I can turn it off. That's handy. There we go. Probably don't need it on right now anyway. Chris Van Pool, how you doing? Jackie, good to see you. D-Rock, another my mod squad in the house. Couldn't hear the air conditioner. I should just left it on and been quiet then. Chris Van Pool, I wanted to thank you again for the outfits that you sent for the baby. He's on the way. I believe it's 5 weeks and 2 days, something like that. I'd have to look back here. 5 weeks and change anyway. But in all honesty, I don't think he's going to go that long. He's huge already, and he's starting to ride kind of low. So I give him about 4 weeks, maybe 5. But I love those outfits that you sent, Chris. We appreciate that. Appreciate everybody that sent gifts for the baby. It's awesome. He's already got more clothes than I do. I love it. And diapers. We got a mound of diapers and wipes and stuff waiting on him. Got him a diaper genie. Hey, Judy, how you doing? Good to see you. 5 weeks and 7 days. That'd be 6 weeks, Judy. But I think he's gonna. I'm giving it about 4 weeks. The projected due date is September 9, but I think he'll be here the last week of August. My moon prediction is sometime between, I think around the 24th, give or take a couple of days there. I've always had good luck in the past predicting births by the moon signs. Most babies are born, excuse me, either on a full moon or new moon or thereabouts, give or take a few days. But I've been fairly accurate. Gene Brown, how you doing? Thank you. Yeah, we're excited. We got baby fever here. We can't wait. Go. Let's see. We got another OB appointment Monday. There's one more ultrasound, but it's not till next week. I think we got weekly appointments now. But excuse me, a little tickle in my throat here. It rained and stormed today. That's why the hair looks like this. It's all over my head. I made barbecued chicken with corn and green beans and cornbread for dinner, and then I promptly fell asleep. So I thought, well, I'm up anyway, so I'll go live and show some videos for this channel. I've been doing these late night creepy live streams over on Missing Persons and Mysteries. If you're not subscribed over there, come join us over there. We just passed 300,000 earlier today, so blessed in a lot of different regards. But is there anybody I missed saying hi to? I don't see anybody. I'll go ahead and start a video here in a moment. Now, this used to be Among the Missing, and then when I took control of my old channel back, Missing Persons and Mysteries, I moved a lot of the missing content over there, and that's where the main focus will be over there. Of course, the mystery side of that, that's kind of open. We do a lot of stuff that not necessarily missing people over there in the listener stories. Hey, Cassie, how you doing? Good to see you. Hey, look at that. Scott's live member for 14 months. I appreciate that, Scott. Woohoo, indeed. And Scott got us a snuggly. I think it's what it's called, a little thing where I can wear the baby and carry him around. And he's going to co-host with me sometimes. I'm not sure what YouTube's rules are about having kids on shows. I know you have to click a box there if there's children in the video, but I'm going to bring him on, show him off. He'll be on a couple of different shows with me, and once he gets here. But can't wait, getting everything ready. We've got an appointment next week to go get the car seat installed. The fire department's doing that to make sure it's in there in the right way. And thanks to the captain of the fire department there, if he's watching tonight, for being so helpful in getting that all set up. Hey, Mud, how you doing? So if people say your name is Mud, it really is Mud. I love that. Thank you, D-Rock. Thanks, everybody. Yeah, I thought I'd just hang out here with you for a little. I'm not going to be going back to sleep anytime soon. I've been sleeping a lot more lately, and I'll be the one doing the 2 a.m. feedings and stuff, I'm pretty sure. But I don't mind. See, I was trying to look back here and see exactly. Nicole message it message it to me every day. Let's see. Today, as of today, the second, it's 34 weeks and 4 days pregnant, meaning 5 weeks and 3 days to go. And the daily fact today, baby weighs as much as a 4-slice toaster. They put some odd comparisons in there, but he's been started out like the size of a poppy seed or something like that. We found out we were pregnant New Year's Day. What better way to start the year, 2024? But yeah, this channel I've got. I'm doing the immersive storytelling and things. Got lots of good stuff coming up. I'm working on stuff. Catch as catch can. I'm trying to get as much stuff done as I can before baby gets here, and I'll still be able to work. I can sit up and work at night and writing. Especially got another book on the way. Be my 22nd book that published. And if you do want copies, signed copies of my books, you can get them off my Etsy store. I've got 3 of them here right in front of me. Judy just bought a whole set from me. But I'll drop a link later to my Etsy shop. You can get signed, personalized books. I'll throw you in some stickers and bookmarks and all that good stuff. Really helps us out. We appreciate it. Okay, we'll go ahead and kick off a video here, and I'll be back with you in a few minutes. Not sure how long I'm going to be here, but it'll be 2 or 3 hours till I start getting tired again. But thanks again for being. Hey, James Weston. Yeah, toaster. Yeah, the bun is almost ready to come out of the oven there. Nicole's got a shirt that says something like that on it. About a bun in the oven, I don't know. But anyway, yeah, we're totally excited. I can't wait to have a son. Very excited. I'm going to go ahead and play a video for you. I'll head back in here in a little bit and enjoy. This is what is this one? I've got them lined up here. I'm using a different system than I normally do. Excuse me, frog in my throat. I usually broadcast on the Macintosh. I've got a program called Mimo Live that I do in there, so I can set up playlists and cue all my music and do the picture-in-picture stuff. I'm doing it on StreamYard tonight just to see how this goes. So I have to play the videos one at a time. Hey, Angie Steinbach. Thank you. We appreciate it. This is The Midnight Shift. It's a story about a radio DJ. Just a little something here for fun. But it is creepy. Late Night Live, rolling up on the midnight hour in about 50 minutes here on the East Coast. But thanks for joining me. Stick around. I'll see you right after this. Now, I've always been a night owl. So when I got the job as a late night DJ at a small radio station in my hometown, I thought it was the perfect gig. I love the idea of being alone in the studio, spinning records and talking to listeners in the wee hours of the morning. But I had no idea what I was getting myself into. It started on my first midnight shift. I was excited to be there, surrounded by shelves of CDs and some actual vinyl records, with the glow of the soundboard illuminating the dark booth. I put on some classic rock and settled in for a long night. Around 2 a.m., I got a call from a listener. The voice on the other end was a woman, and she sounded like she was in a trance or something. She asked me to play a song, an old blues tune that I'd never heard of before. I told her I'd try to find it, but she insisted that it was in the station's collection. I searched through the shelves, but I couldn't find the song anywhere. I apologized to the woman and told her I just couldn't locate it. She became agitated and started to yell at me, saying that I had to play the song, that it was important. Then the line went dead. I was a little shaken, but I tried to just brush it off and went back to my playlist. But a few minutes later, the request line lit up again. It was the same woman asking for the same song. I told her again that I couldn't find it, and again she started to scream at me, her voice becoming distorted and inhuman. I hung up on her, my heart racing. For the rest of my shift, the request line kept ringing, but I didn't answer it. I tried to focus on the music, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. When the sun finally came up and my shift ended, I was exhausted and unnerved. The next night, same thing again. A woman called, asking for the same song, becoming more and more insistent each time I told her I couldn't find it. I started to feel like I was losing my mind. I even asked the other DJs if they'd ever gotten requests for the song, but none of them had ever heard of it. I asked the station manager, but he just shrugged and told me not to worry about it. But I just couldn't let it go. I started staying late after my shifts, searching through the station's archives for any trace of the mysterious song. I found nothing, but I did come across an old newspaper article about the station's history. Apparently, back in the 1950s, there'd been a late-night DJ named Eddie who'd gone missing during his shift. The article said that he had been spinning a rare blues record when he disappeared, and that he nor the record had never been found. I felt a chill go down my spine as I read the article. Could the woman on the phone be some kind of ghost searching for the lost record? I tried to tell myself that it was just a coincidence, but deep down, I knew there was something more going on. The next night, I decided to confront the woman on the phone. When she called again, inevitably, I told her that I knew about Eddie and the missing record. I asked her just what she wanted from me. There was a long pause, and the woman's voice changed. It became deep and menacing, and she told me that I had to find that record, that it held the key to a great evil that had been trapped inside the station for decades. She said if I didn't find it, the evil would be unleashed, and that I would be its next victim. I slammed the phone down, my heart pounding. I didn't want to believe what I just heard, but I couldn't deny the fear that was coursing through my veins. So I made a decision. I waited until the station was empty, and then once again, I started tearing through the archives, searching for any clue that might lead me to the missing record. I stayed there all day until time for my next night shift to begin, but I found nothing. That night, the woman called again, but this time she sounded different, her voice softer, almost pleading. She told me that she was sorry for scaring me, but that she needed my help. She said that the evil in the station was getting stronger, and that the only way to stop it was to find the record and destroy it. I hesitated for a moment, but then I made up my mind. I asked the woman to guide me, to help me find the record. She told me to look in the basement, where there was a disused utility room that had been sealed off for years. I made my way down to the basement, my flashlight casting eerie shadows on the concrete walls. Sure enough, I found a hidden room, and I forced the door open with a crowbar. Inside, I found a small, dusty room filled with old radio equipment and boxes of records. And there, in the corner, I saw it, a stack of old 78 RPM records, their labels faded and peeling. I flipped through them until I found the one I knew I was looking for. It was a blues record, just like the article had said, with a handwritten label that read Midnight Curse. I picked up the record with shaking hands and went back upstairs. I could feel the power emanating from it. I knew that I had to destroy it. As I held it over the trash can in the booth, ready to smash it to pieces, I hesitated. Suddenly, it seemed as if the woman's voice filled the room, coming from the shadows all around me. She told me that I'd done well, that I'd found the record, that held the key to her and Eddie's salvation. She said all I had to do was play it, and that everything would be all right. Now, I felt like it was a trick, but I could feel the record pulling at me, drawing me in. I put it on the turntable, lifted the needle, my hand trembling, and let it fall onto the spinning vinyl. The music that poured out of the speakers was like nothing I'd ever heard before. It was dark and twisted, full of discordant notes and eerie whispers. I could feel it seeping into my mind, taking control of my thoughts. And then I saw her, the woman from the phone, standing in front of me, her eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. She told me that I was hers now, that I would be her voice in the night, luring others to their doom. I tried to fight it, but it was too late. I could feel myself slipping away, becoming a part of the darkness that had haunted the station for all those years. Now, I sit in the booth every night, playing the same twisted songs, waiting for the next caller to fall under my spell. And sometimes, in the deepest hours of the night, I can hear Eddie's voice, whispering to me from the shadows, telling me that we are not alone, that we are all part of this midnight curse. Well, there you have it. The Midnight Curse. And Scott, it's a terrible story. I hope, like, terrible scary and not terrible as in my telling of it. But I hope you like the immersive storytelling. I'm going to be doing a lot more of that on here. Dark travel stuff. I'm working on Dark Tales from every state. Connecticut will be the next one out, working my way through all 50 states, slowly but surely. Who else we had come in? Apple Wagon, how you doing? Just curious. Welcome in. Mississippi. Yeah, it is hot and humid down there. And then Adams, Tennessee. Yeah, Bell Witch Cave. Know it very well. Chris Kirby, her and her husband own the property there. I've been there many, many times. And my other good buddy from down that area, Pat Fitzhugh. I think he's written like 2 or 3 books about the Bell Witch Cave, but those are, in my estimation, the definitive works on the weird stuff about the Bell Witch Cave. And it's creepy down there. I had some strange experiences down there. Haven't been in, it's been 15 years or so, I guess, but it's quite interesting. But thanks for joining me here tonight. I'm just hanging out. Like I said, I ate a nice dinner, barbecued chicken that I cooked, green beans, cornbread, and then promptly passed out and only woke up a little while ago. And thought I'll just come on to a live stream. But still a heat advisory in effect here. It's cooled down some. I think it's like 70 or something now, in the 70s, but it was up in the 90s today. Storms roll through, and that just maybe cooled it off a little bit, but the humidity just unbearable. Right now, 74 degrees and heavy rain here in my corner in New England. Since we're talking about the Bell Witch Cave and stuff down south, let's go have a look at Mammoth Cave. Any you Tennessee folks ever been to Mammoth Cave up in Kentucky there? That's something else. If you've never seen it, I definitely recommend it. But let's pay a little visit to Mammoth Cave, and then I'll be back with you right after this. Enjoy. Hello, friends. Steve Stockton here with you. Welcome to our latest episode. In the beautiful landscape of Kentucky's rolling hills and dense forests, there exists a location of fascination and marvel. Mammoth Cave is a natural wonder that has captivated people for centuries. The cave is a maze of intricate tunnels and grand chambers that seem to bring the earth to life. As you journey deeper into the cave, you'll feel transported to another realm. The air grows colder and the outside world sounds fade into the darkness. It's a place that makes you feel humble and fills you with a sense of admiration and enchantment. In this video, we'll explore Mammoth Cave's extensive history and some alleged paranormal encounters. Join me. Let's walk and see. Now, researchers have dated Mammoth Cave's rock beds to the Mississippian period, approximately 320 to 360 million years ago. However, the passages of Mammoth Cave did not start forming until about 10 or 15 million years ago during the Miocene epoch, when streams and rivers flowing over the surface allowed water to sink in and enter the rock beds through small cracks. At this time, the region was covered by a shallow sea, and sediment was deposited on the sea floor. Over time, the sediment was compressed and hardened into limestone. The area underwent uplift around 2.5 million years ago, exposing the limestone to the surface. Rainwater, slightly acidic due to carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, began to dissolve the limestone, creating tiny cracks and fissures in the rock. Over time, these small cracks and fissures grew into more extensive passages as water flowed through the limestone, creating even more significant passages as they grew. This process is known as karstification. The cave system has many breathtaking geological formations, including stalactites and stalagmites. These formations are created over time as minerals like calcium carbonate accumulate from the water dripping from the cave's ceiling. The distinctive shapes of the cave are a testament to nature's incredible power and beauty. Some formations are so massive that they dwarf you, while others are small and fragile. As you delve deeper into the cave, you'll encounter many vast chambers. The rotunda is particularly impressive, with an enormous ceiling that seems to stretch on forever. Another noteworthy area is Gothic Avenue, where tall and narrow passageways branch into darkness, resembling the spokes of a wheel. Yet another impressive sight is the frozen Niagara Formation, which looks like a frozen waterfall. Delicate white strands cascade down the walls, creating a breathtaking sight. Yet another stunning formation is Crystal Lake, a shallow pool of turquoise water that reflects the surrounding formations like a mirror. Visiting Mammoth Cave National Park and Mammoth Cave itself offers a unique opportunity to explore a hidden world filled with rare and fascinating life forms, some exclusive to this location. Since the cave's entrances are few and far between, the animals that live inside have been cut off from the rest of the world for thousands of years. You'll spot bats hanging from the ceiling, tightly folding their wings around their bodies as they rest. In the underground rivers, blind cavefish swim with their white bodies almost glowing in the darkness. While the cave's fragile ecosystem requires visitors to take special precautions to avoid damaging the delicate environment, the chance to witness these amazing creatures in their natural habitat is an experience that is sure to leave a lasting impression. Mammoth Cave is also Kentucky's only national park. The surrounding forest contains one of the most diverse habitats in the nation, supporting more than 1,300 flowering species and bird species, like bald eagles, wood warblers, and thrushes. You can see flowers along the hiking trails and along the 60 miles open for horseback riding. The park also includes over 30 miles of the Green and Nolan rivers, which are great fishing spots, and scenic kayak and canoe trails. Mammoth Cave is also a place of historical and cultural significance. The history of human presence at Mammoth Cave extends back at least 6 millennia. Over the years, some Native Americans have been unearthed from Mammoth Cave and other nearby caves, with several discoveries made during the 19th and 20th centuries. Most of the remains found appear to have been deliberately buried. Apart from the discovered remains, in the section of Mammoth Cave accessible via the historic entrance, various artifacts such as cane torches, drawings, gourd fragments, and woven grass moccasin slippers have been found in the Salts Cave section located at Flint Ridge. These discoveries provide evidence of Native Americans' use of the cave in the past, but there's no indications of any usage after the Archaic period. This baffles experts and scientists as to why this is so, and it remains one of the most significant mysteries of Mammoth Cave. Legend has it that Mammoth Cave was discovered in 1797 by either John Houchin or his brother Francis Houchin. The story goes that while hunting, Houchin chased a wounded bear to the cave's opening near the Green River. Some accounts credit John Decatur, Johnny Dick Houchin, John Houchin's son, with the discovery. But this seems unlikely, as he would have only been 10 years old and unlikely to be out hunting bear at such a young age. It's more plausible that John's father was the discoverer from that family branch. However, the most likely candidate for the discovery of Mammoth Cave is Francis Frank Houchin, as his land was much closer to the cave entrance than that of his brother John. In 1798, the land where the historic entrance was located came under the ownership of Valentine Simmons, and ownership changed hands many times over the next several years. Simmons proceeded to extract saltpeter from the cave. In 1799, Simmons sold 200 acres and 2 caves to John Flatt. The larger cave came to be known as Flatt's Cave. Flatt then sold the property to John McLean and his 2 brothers. In 1808, the McLean brothers sold Flatt's Cave to Fleming Gatewood and Charles Wilkins. In 1810, the first published use of the name Mammoth Cave was used in a Richmond, Virginia newspaper. During the War of 1812, the saltpeter reserves in the cave became crucial to the American military due to the British blockade of U.S. ports. As a result, the price of saltpeter rose domestically, making the production of nitrates from caves like Mammoth Cave highly profitable. Enslaved men mined vast amounts of saltpeter and sent it to gunpowder factories in the East to supply American military war efforts. After the war ended and the demand for saltpeter declined, the mining operations ceased. The cave became a minor tourist attraction, focusing on a nearby discovery of a Native American mummy. In August of 1812, Gatewood sold his interest in Mammoth Cave to Hyman Gratz of Philadelphia for $10,000 after Charles Wilkins passed away. Later, in 1838, Franklin Gorin and A. Harvey bought Mammoth Cave and 1,600 acres from Hyman Gratz and his brother Simon. Gorin then enlarged and improved the Mammoth Cave Inn with Archibald Miller, Jr. as the manager. Gorin owned enslaved persons and used them as tour guides. One of Gorin's enslaved persons, Stephen Bishop, affectionately known as the Sable Genius, contributed to understanding the cave and is now recognized as one of its most renowned historical figures. Bishop guided visitors through the 1840s and 1850s and played a crucial role in mapping the cave and naming its features. His contributions of the human knowledge of Mammoth Cave are extraordinary. Gorin sold the cave and 1,610 acres to Dr. John Croghan in 1839. During that time, the medical understanding and treatments for tuberculosis, also known as the White Plague, were minimal. This disease was one of the primary causes of death during the 19th and early 20th centuries. Dr. Croghan saw potential in the cave as a possible sanitarium for treating this disease. Dr. Croghan found that visitors and miners had previously reported feeling better after exploring the cave. Horace Carter Hovey even mentioned that the fresh air in the cave could help sustain a person on a long hike without causing fatigue. Moreover, Dr. Croghan noticed that the cave's environment prevented the decay of timber and animal carcasses. He hoped to use this environment to treat tuberculosis patients and established a hospital within the cave for experimental treatment. During the winter of 1842, Dr. Croghan invited 16 of his tuberculosis patients to reside in the cave hospital. To accommodate the patients, enslaved individuals constructed several buildings consisting of 2 stone cabins and 8 basic wooden structures. These structures measured 12 by 18 feet and had tongue and groove flooring along with canvas roofs. Due to their isolation from natural light, the patients residing underground in the cave had to adapt their daily routines to coincide with those of the outside world. At first, the patients appeared to exhibit improvement while living in the cave, prompting Dr. Croghan to strategize the construction of a hotel to cater to the anticipated rise in visitors seeking therapeutic treatment. As winter continued, it became apparent that the patient's symptoms worsened due to the damp and dark conditions. Lard oil lanterns and a constant fire used to light the cave caused smoke and ash to fill the chambers, further damaging already weakened lungs. Cedar trees and bushes brought in to lighten the atmosphere quickly withered. While some cooking was completed within the cave, other meals were prepared off-site by enslaved individuals and brought into the cave. A server named Alfred noted, quote, "I used to stand on that rock and blow the horn to call them to dinner. There were 15 of them, and they looked more like a company of skeletons than anything else." End quote. While Dr. Croghan conducted his medical experiment, the cave system was improved and public tours continued. Visitors occasionally came across patients in hospital gowns walking along the passages or heard echoing coughs in the distance without realizing what was occurring. In a letter, patient H.P. Anderson wrote, quote, "There are many things to be done to render this place entirely pleasant and to give its virtues a fair test. We are pioneers under all the disadvantages of such, and after, generations will reap benefits of our experiments." End quote. As complaints and requests to leave arose, Anderson was the only individual to return to the surface, while Dr. Croghan convinced the remaining patients to stay. As the weeks wore on, 5 patients died inside the cave, their bodies laid out on what is now known as Corpse Rock. Dr. Croghan despondently returned to the surface with the remaining survivors. The experiment was not repeated, and the wood frame huts were dismantled, while the 2 stone cottages remain along Broadway within the Mammoth Cave Historic District. The experiment lasted no more than 5 months, from autumn 1842 to early 1843. While the cool cave settings conformed to the treatment standards of the times, the unventilated, damp environment actually worsened the disease. Like his patients, Dr. Croghan ultimately passed of tuberculosis in 1849. In 1859, the Louisville and Nashville Railroad established their main line that linked the 2 cities. During that period, Colonel Larkin J. Proctor owned the Mammoth Cave estate and controlled the stagecoach route from Glasgow Junction, also known as Park City, to the Mammoth Cave estate. This stagecoach route was the primary mode of transportation for tourists visiting the Mammoth Caves until 1886, when Proctor founded the Mammoth Cave Railroad. That takes us up to the Kentucky Cave Wars era. Smaller cave owners in the unproductive caves region saw the tourist traffic at Mammoth Cave and decided to compete for visitors. This led to the Kentucky Cave Wars, which were unethical tactics that diverted visitors from Mammoth Cave to their private show caves. Tourists were misled by signs and campers from other show caves who convinced them that Mammoth Cave was closed or inaccessible. In 1906, a lock and dam were built at Brownsville, Kentucky, enabling steamboat access to Mammoth Cave. Max Camper, a technical college graduate from Germany, arrived in 1909 and collaborated with Ed Bishop to survey the cave and its surface area, leading to several discoveries and new entrances. The Croghan family hid the topographical details on Camper's map. The cave cartography section, however, is still recognized as an accurate representation of the cave. It was only during the modern exploration period in the 1960s that the passages were mapped more precisely. Camper left the Mammoth Cave area and was not heard from again. It was not until the early 21st century that a group of German tourists uncovered Camper's fate. After extensive research, they discovered that Camper had died during World War I in the Battle of the Somme in 1916. In 1912, renowned French cave explorer Edouard Alfred Martel used altitudes obtained from aneroid barometer readings to draw longitudinal sections of the cave as part of his attempts to understand the sequence of its formation. He also noted the correlation between the levels of Echo and Green River. A complete hydrologic study was not possible due to a dam, but Martel described the hydrogeologic features of Mammoth Cave and speculated it was linked to other caves. This hypothesis would be proven correct 60 years later. In the 1920s, George Morrison utilized explosive to create additional entrances to Mammoth Cave on land not owned by the Croghan estate. The Croghans had been exhibiting sections of the cave that were not on their property, as the survey data from Camper, Bishop, and others was not accessible to the public. As a result, legal disputes arose and multiple entrances to the cave were established. American cave explorer Floyd Collins explored the Flint Ridge Cave system for a decade. His most notable discovery was Crystal Cave, and he also explored Salt's Cave. Collins hoped to find another entrance to Mammoth Cave or possibly an unknown cave along the road to Mammoth Cave and draw more visitors to drive profits. He made an agreement with 3 farmers who owned land near the main highway. They would form a business partnership if he found a cave and share the responsibilities of operating the tourist attraction. Within 3 weeks, working on his own, Collins explored and expanded a hole that would later be called Sand Cave by the news media. Tragically, Collins died in 1925 while exploring Sand Cave after he became trapped and could not free himself after a 27-pound rock dislodged onto his leg in a narrow crawlway. Despite rescue efforts, he eventually died of thirst and starvation.
Oh, come all you young people and listen while I tell the fate of Floyd Collins, the lad we all knew well. His face was fair and handsome, his heart was true and brave. His body now lies sleeping in a lonely sandstone cave. The rescue party labored, they worked both night and day to move the mighty barriers that lay within the way. To save Floyd Collins, this was their battle cry. We'll never know, we'll never let Floyd Collins die. But on that fatal morning, the sun rose in the sky. The workers were still busy, we'll save him by and by. But oh, how sad the ending, his life they could not save. His body then was sleeping in the lonely sandstone cave.
The attempts to save Collins gained widespread media attention, leading prominent individuals in Kentucky to advocate for the creation of Mammoth Cave National Park. This movement eventually succeeded, and the national park was established on July 1, 1941. Floyd's body was displayed at various locations for tourism purposes before finally being buried in the Mammoth Cave Baptist Church Cemetery. Throughout the mid-19th century, African American cave guides played a crucial role in the history of Mammoth Cave, even when slavery was still legal in the United States. This was because Mammoth Cave was a well-known tourist attraction, and thus, enslavers would often hire their enslaved persons to work as guides in the cave. Following the Civil War and the abolition of slavery, African Americans who had previously been enslaved still worked as guides in the cave, often working in tandem with Caucasian guides. Despite the discrimination and segregation in other aspects of society, the cave community held African American guides like Stephen Bishop in high regard due to their expertise in navigating the cave's complex passages. They had a distinctive guiding style, incorporating both storytelling and folklore from their ancestors. The National Park Service, which oversees Mammoth Cave and its surrounding park, celebrates and respects the legacy of African American guides. Visitors can take tours that highlight the contributions of these guides, and the cave features interpretive displays that honor their history and heritage. In recent years, Mammoth Cave has been recognized as a valuable resource for scientific research, particularly in geology, hydrology, and biology. Researchers have studied the cave's unique ecosystem and variety of rare and endemic species and the park's surface features such as rivers and forests. Mammoth Cave National Park aims to conserve, safeguard, explain, and analyze the globally renowned biological and geological characteristics and processes linked to the longest cave system known to humankind. The park also seeks to preserve its varied forested karst terrain, the Green and Nolan rivers, and considerable evidence of human history. Additionally, it strives to offer and support public pleasure, leisure, and learning experiences. Now, let's discuss some of the strange paranormal events that are reported to have happened in Mammoth Cave. Before Mammoth Cave was established as a national park in 1941, paranormal stories were already embedded in the region's history. Mammoth Cave is considered one of the, quote, most haunted natural wonders in the world, end quote, with over 150 documented paranormal events. In 1905, legendary cosmic horror author H.P. Lovecraft wrote one of his earliest stories using Mammoth Cave as a setting. In The Beast in the Cave, a tourist separates himself from the group and finds himself stalked by a vicious albino creature. A shadowy realm of ghostly happenings and eerie tales adds mystery to the cave's enigmatic allure. The site may have held spiritual or supernatural significance for the area's Native Americans. In the last 220 years, burials and the remains of desiccated bodies have been identified in the caves. The funerary objects associated with the burials indicate careful attention and respect for the dead. The tools and clothing found on the remains prove that prehistoric peoples were experienced in cave exploration. Today, the park has consulted with tribal partners so that the deceased have a safe and secure resting place in locations away from the cave tours. Credible individuals, including rangers, guides, scientists, all claim to have witnessed paranormal incidents in the cave. Guides Colleen O'Connor Olson and Charles Hannion have documented many eerie tales in their book, Scary Stories of Mammoth Cave. Some visitors have reported hearing screams and strange noises echoing through the winding passageways, while others claim to have seen unexplained apparitions. In addition to ghostly encounters, there have been reports of unexplained sounds of footsteps, chilling drops in temperature, and the appearance of inexplicable lights within the cave system, all contributing to Mammoth Cave's eerie and unsettling ambiance. Legend has it that the cave is home to a vengeful spirit responsible for a murder in the cave's depths. The ghost, known only as Melissa, was a young woman deeply in love with her tutor. When her feelings were not reciprocated, she exacted terrible revenge by leaving him stranded in the cave without light, and he was never seen again. Melissa reportedly confessed to the crime before her death, and her vengeful spirit is said to roam the cave, still searching for her lost love. Some cave guides have reported hearing a woman's voice calling out from the labyrinthine passageways of the cave, along with screams and other eerie sounds. One of the most well-known ghosts associated with Mammoth Cave is that of the previously mentioned Floyd Collins, the most celebrated cave explorer in modern times, who met his fate in Sand Cave. Reports of Collins' ghost have been made both in the cave system and at his gravesite. Additionally, the Mammoth Cave Baptist Church, which is now part of the national park, has been the site of alleged paranormal activity, with sightings of mysterious lights in the windows. Some cave guides even allege that Collins has helped prevent others from succumbing to his same fate by catching people when they trip and start to fall. During a routine tour, Charles Hannion, an aforementioned cave guide, reported that the group's lanterns, cameras, and flashlights all stopped inexplicably working in a chamber. However, the equipment started working again once they left the area. During another tour, a visitor asked Hannion about a figure standing on a rock that guides usually climb to throw a torch and illuminate the room while they were in the big chief chamber with another guide. Hannion thought it was his fellow guide, but he was surprised to find him standing at the back of the cave. Later, Hannion would see the figure himself, noting that it was wearing a hat that was specifically worn by old tour guides. Hannion mentioned that several other sightings of a figure on the same rock had been reported. In 2014, a Bigfoot hunter and a group of Girl Scouts claimed to witness a large creature leaping onto a raised walkway while hearing its distinct sounds. The group quickly retreated out of fear for their safety. Recently, another alleged encounter with Bigfoot at the park grabbed national headlines. In 2019, while camping at the park, 2 students from Western Kentucky University were informed by a man that his campsite was destroyed by something. The man fired a gun into the woods, claiming he was protecting himself from a charging Bigfoot. Despite this, the students did not observe anything in the direction of the man's shots and departed the park immediately. The following series of encounters are presented in cave guides Colleen O'Connor Olson and Charles Hannion's aforementioned book, Scary Stories of Mammoth Cave. Paraphrased here. Guide Larry Purcell was walking from his tour group toward a light switch when he encountered an African-American family of 4 dressed in black and white that he did not recall seeing on the tour. Larry was just a few feet from them, and when he turned on the lights, the family was nowhere to be found. Larry stated, quote, "They were as real to me as any other person standing 6 feet away in the twilight. I've visited the cave many other times, recreating that trip. Using lanterns, torches, flashlights, and carbide lamps, I've not been able to recreate even the faintest resemblance of that family. You decide who I saw." End quote. Cave guide Joy Lyons shared her encounter in an area of the cave known as the Church. She says, quote, All of a sudden, I felt a very strong, firm push to my right shoulder. It was like a shove, a playful shove. It was hard enough that I stepped forward and said, "Cut it out," because I thought it was David, a fellow tour guide. About the time I said cut it out, Red, another tour guide, lit his lantern, and I could see David very obviously silhouetted to the right of the group. He had walked up in the darkness and was standing by that group. I wouldn't say I panicked, but I was definitely upset. I committed the big sin of turning on my flashlight and flashed it everywhere. There was no one behind me, no one on the dirt piles, no one on the hill. This all happened in a couple of seconds. There was no time for anyone to have gone very far. I still ponder it to this day. It was a very real thing I experienced. End quote. Another national park guide, Carrie Woods, had a similar encounter as Joey Lyons. According to Carrie, we were the first tour to enter the cave at the Methodist Church. While I was at the light switch, I heard footsteps coming toward me from Booth's amphitheater. I tried to ignore it, but it kept getting closer. Then I got shoved on my right shoulder. As I looked back, no one was there, at least no one I could see. Additionally, tour guide Jamie Gray had a similar experience as the others. She says, "I was by the light switch in Little Brat. I was standing in the darkness waiting to hear the key phrase to hit the lights back on, when all of a sudden a hand reached and grabbed my left forearm. I immediately turned the light on, and no one was anywhere around." Unexplained sounds disrupted caver Michael Nardacci and his research partner while they were on a lunch break. They had accompanied two paleontologists and a photographer into Marion Avenue, a cave passage near the Snowball Dining Room, the lunch stop for visitors on the Grand Avenue tour. Michael and his companions separated from the scientists to do historical research. When the pair returned, Michael recounted this story. "I just finished a can of fruit cocktail in a Heath bar and was washing it down with a gulp from my canteen when suddenly, from just around a bend in the passage ahead of us, came heart-stopping sounds. Bang! Bang! What the hell was that?" we said in tandem. This noise was not produced by a couple of rocks suddenly falling from the ceiling. We know this because in the numbing few minutes after hearing the sounds, we experimented with different shapes and sizes of rocks dropped from varying heights onto packed sediment or bedrock. The sounds we heard were bangs, concentrated, powerful, suggestive of purpose, and perhaps of fury. For several years after the event, whenever we could meet at Cave Research Foundation expeditions, one of us would invariably greet the other by saying, "I didn't hear anything that day, did you?" And the other would echo, "Nope, not a thing." Although some park rangers dismiss these stories as folklore, many visitors believe that something eerie and otherworldly lurks in the depths of Mammoth Cave. For those brave enough to explore its dark recesses, the cave provides a thrilling adventure and the potential to encounter the supernatural. Whether you believe in the paranormal or not, there is no denying that a trip to Mammoth Cave will leave you with a sense of wonderment and awe at the mysteries beneath the surface of this extraordinary natural wonder. Know before you go. Here's some things to know before visiting Mammoth Cave National Park. Mammoth Cave National Park offers various cave tours catering to different interests, abilities, and age groups. While some cave tours are relatively easy and suitable for all ages and fitness levels, others require more physical exertion and are not recommended for visitors with mobility issues or health concerns. It's important to note that all cave tours in Mammoth Cave need visitors to wear sturdy shoes and bring a light jacket, as the temperature inside the cave is a constant 54 degrees Fahrenheit. Visitors should also be prepared to walk, climb stairs, and navigate uneven terrain. Ensuring visitor safety is a top priority at Mammoth Cave National Park. Here are some of the safety rules and guidelines that visitors should follow, according to park personnel. Number 1, stay on designated trails. Visitors should stay on designated trails and follow all posted signs and markers. Venturing off trail can be dangerous and may harm the cave's delicate ecosystem. Number 2, wear appropriate footwear. The cave floor can be slippery and uneven, so visitors should wear sturdy, comfortable shoes with good traction. Number 3, bring appropriate clothing. As stated, the cave's temperature is a constant 54 degrees Fahrenheit, 12 degrees Celsius, so visitors should bring a light jacket or sweater. Number 4, follow lighting guidelines. Visitors should not touch or tamper with any lighting fixtures, which can damage the cave and create safety hazards. Number 5, avoid touching rock formations. Visitors should not touch or climb on any cave formations, such as stalactites or stalagmites. These formations are delicate and can take thousands of years to form. Number 6, do not litter. Visitors should pack out all trash and dispose of it in designated receptacles. Number 7, follow ranger instructions. Visitors should follow any park ranger or staff instructions to the T, including safety and evacuation procedures. By following these safety rules and guidelines, visitors can enjoy the beauty and wonder of Mammoth Cave National Park while minimizing the risk of injury or harm to themselves or the cave's delicate ecosystem. In conclusion, Mammoth Cave is an extraordinary natural wonder with immense cultural, scientific, and ecological importance. The cave system boasts stunning geological formations, a rare ecosystem, and an extensive history, making it a valuable site for researchers, tourists, and conservationists. Mammoth Cave allows visitors to witness the awe-inspiring beauty of nature and perhaps a ghost or two, while gaining insights into the complex relationships between geology, biology, and human heritage. Consistent preservation efforts ensure that future generations will cherish this remarkable subterranean realm. Well, friends, there you have it. I've been to Mammoth Cave myself. I highly recommend it if you're in the area. Let me know what you think of this, if you've been there especially. I look forward to your comments, but please keep it friendly and respectful. Until we meet again, be good to yourselves and each other. As for me, I'm Steve Stockton, and I'll see you a little further on down the trail. Be sure and tell your animals I said hi. Well. What do you think of that? I hope you enjoyed a little tour through Mammoth Cave there. It's impressive, I can tell you firsthand. I'm not much on caves myself either. I noticed some of you in the chat there were saying that you don't really care for caves, even though you enjoy the outdoors. I don't like being that far underground. That's scary to think about, all that above you and around you and stuff. If there was, say, an earthquake or something, not a good place to be, I wouldn't think. But I've done Mammoth Cave. I think of where else. Bellwitch Cave that we talked about. I've been there several times. There's a cave there in East Tennessee. It used to be called Cherokee Caverns. I think it's something else now, but they used to have a thing every Halloween that I'd go to that I really enjoyed. And it supposedly connects to Mammoth Cave. That's a, excuse me, just a huge underground system that goes for miles and miles. 29 of you braving the night here with me, rolling up on the midnight hour here on the East Coast, about 5 minutes till. Slowboy Whiteboard, thanks for the super chat there, super sticker. Thank you very much. And I think they sponsored that video too, initially. Got another one that they sponsored that's coming up soon. I won't give it away, no spoilers, but coming up anytime. See who else we've got in here. Catheta Cat Gray is here. Thanks for dropping links, Catheta. Ghost Lore. Cassie, I think I said hi to you. Natural Immunity, how you doing? Charinator, Stephen Hughes, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Lulu Bell. I think that's everybody. That's something I wanted to show you here. And one of our OB appointments recently, they recorded SK80 or 1991. Hopefully that's how you got it enumerated there. At the OB recently, when they were listening to the baby's heartbeat, they recorded it on a little device and they put it in an animal. They gave us this, and I thought it was going to be one of those where you squeeze the foot and it plays music. And we had our pick. And this little giraffe, he's got those big sad eyes, and he just wanted to come home with us. We named him Jeffrey. But you want to hear the baby's heartbeat? Isn't that amazing? Play it one more time. And that'll last until he's old enough to tear into it and take that little mechanism out, probably. But just had to pick the giraffe. They had teddy bears and elephants and sheep and stuff like that. But hey, Tuck Baby, how you doing? But yeah, I would love that. And I've also recorded that and given it to Lee G over at First Floor Audio. He's going to incorporate it in a song that he's working on. So should be interesting. How's everybody doing here in this late Friday night into Saturday morning? Have some spookier stuff coming up. Thank you for joining me here. I'm going to stick around a little bit longer anyway. Said I fell asleep after dinner, took a long nap, and I'm up for a while. So thanks for joining me. 73 and mostly cloudy here. The rain's passed. Hey, Steph Williams, good to see you. And go ahead and play something else for you. Anybody here fans of Belief Hole? The brothers over there, Chris, John, and Jeremy. They had me as their guest one evening. This is a little excerpt from that. If you want to watch the whole thing, go over to Belief Hole Podcast. If Kathita's still here, she can drop a link. But so far, it's their most watched show. And this was my guest segment on it. It's short. It's about 20 minutes, I think. And I'll be back right after this. So enjoy. Got something a little special for you tonight. As you know, recently I appeared on the Belief Hole podcast. The brothers were kind enough to make me a video that they wanted me to play for you. This is just a teaser, and you'll be able to see the whole episode over on their channel.
In deep, shadowed forests, down back alleys, and desolate reaches of road, strange encounters echo. This is a haunted world. But there are those who are called to seek these stories out, record and preserve them so that we all might peer more eagerly into the chasm of the unknown. From horse skull entities lurking in abandoned shacks to invisible giants thundering through the woods. Join us on this episode of Belief Hole as we invite best-selling author and renowned storyteller Steve Stockton to share some of his own brushes with the bizarre and explore the beliefs and theories of the unsettling, the uncanny, and the unexplained.
Conspiracy,
Synchronicity,
Sasquatch,
homunculus, alien races,
Satanism in Hollywood, MK Ultra,
Tartaria.
There's like a whole. I've been watching this one guy.
Close the door, Ed.
Jeremy!
Close your door!
What's the
Inner Earth Disagreements.
Ghost Dad.
I like that movie. Dogman,
Bohemian Grove,
Corey Feldman.
Magicians Are Demons,
Specters and
Spirit
spooks.
Summonings,
Sleep paralysis, strange disappearances,
Sky Whale Phenomenon,
alternative history,
Shadow People. Shh, quiet, I'm trying to say words with the mouth.
It's getting dicey out there.
Poltergeists.
That's cool. Anunnaki.
What is the moon?
Elf Towers.
I would never talk about. That's old. Y2K.
Cover-ups, apocalyptic catastrophe, vampire. Well, hello. Welcome to Belief Hole. I'm Chris.
I'm Jeremy.
And I'm John.
And I'm Steve Stockton.
Yes! And we are the Brothers of Belief Hole and a very special guest today in the hole.
For today, I'm the fourth brother of the whole.
There you go. That's right. What a day for us. And the beard to match. Yes, we are honored to have you here, Steve.
It's an honor to be here.
Yeah, so for the audience, we've obviously done very few interviews in our day, and it's been a long time coming. I think this one specifically. We've followed Steve Stockton for a long time. We've read his books. We've used him in episodes of the show. You guys be familiar. Episodes like Containment Theory, I think Glimmer Man, some other episodes. So we are honored today to have a guest like Steve Stockton. Yes. Veteran outdoorsman, right? Paranormal researcher.
Absolutely.
Best-selling author. Yeah, super excited to have you here, Steve. Thank you for agreeing to join us in the hole.
Oh, super excited to be here. And out of all the shows I've been on, this was the one that I looked forward to the most. I was the most hyped over this.
Yes.
And you can ask Nicole. I was so excited today. This is just, I've been looking forward to it since we first started talking
That's
about
great.
it.
That's awesome.
I'm absolutely blown away, honored and humbled to be here, gentlemen. Thank you.
Well, we're humbled for that, Steve. Seriously.
Take that, George Norrie.
Who I do love.
Yeah, thank you for coming. We got so much to talk about today. We're going to talk about, I mean, probably
do.
everything and anything under the sun, because
Yeah.
you've looked into so many things. Of course, you're well known for covering all sorts of topics, especially your missing persons cases that you've been doing. Among the Missing, incredible channel that you've been doing lately.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But we're also going to get into probably discussions on Appalachian folklore, probably some typical sort of spooks and spirits discussions. I want to get into a little bit of discussion on spiritual architecture, sort of like boundaries in the
yes.
supernatural world. I mean, I think it'll come in throughout conversations, and I especially am excited to hear your personal experiences. So
Yeah. I think we're going to go all directions.
Yeah. All over the road, that's where I'm most comfortable anyway.
awesome.
The hole is wide and deep.
The hole is wide and mysterious. I was going to ask you, Steve, obviously you've been interested in this stuff for a long time. Was there something in your life that sort of drove you or compelled you into this line of research, into this line of a career and investigation?
Yeah. What got your brain itching in a kind of a curious way? There might be something more.
Well, now, are we talking paranormal or are we talking missing? They were kind of around the same time, but two very specific incidents.
Oh, interesting.
Let's start with let's go way back to I guess the first time you maybe realized something in life that there is more to reality than what I understand. Any personal experiences that you might have experienced?
Yeah, well, I was kind of raised in it. My grandmother, on my mother's side, she was a self-proclaimed gypsy witch. Now, I don't know where the gypsy part came in because she was born and raised in the Case Cove area, the Smokies. But I'm thinking somewhere back in the lineage, there was an old country that they came from or something like that. But she told fortunes, read tea leaves, coffee grounds, animal entrails,
Oh, wow.
practiced phrenology. She could tell things about your personality by feeling the bumps on your head.
Wow.
And so I was just crying. I mean, this was people, they were in a part of the spiritualism movement around the turn of the last century.
Right.
My mom came from a big family, 9 brothers. She was the only girl. I couldn't get away with anything. She knew every boy trick. But they regularly held seances and table tappings. And like I said, my grandmother told fortunes and stuff. So I was exposed to it on that side. And then the other side, my dad, he grew up hardscrabble, hardcore Appalachia, but he got out and went to the University of Tennessee. Later would work at Oak Ridge National Laboratory as a scientist. So I had the science and the superstition.
Very cool.
And I'm right there bewildered in the middle.
Yeah.
And I said that to Nicole one time, that God took the heart of a romantic, the mind of a dreamer, and the soul of a poet and a writer, put it in some red Tennessee clay, breathed life into it, and I sprang forth out of the union of science and superstition, totally bewildered.
Wow. That's a good way to
That's
put
a
it.
great place to be.
But as far as the first thing, I was about 5 going on 6, and I was out in the yard one day. We lived 212 feet from the country road, and I know because later on I measured it when I was doing BMX sprints. I was about halfway out in the yard, so maybe 100 feet from where this transpired. Lived at the bottom of a T intersection, came down this way, went up to the other road. The nearest neighbor, my friend John, his family, they lived 2 miles down the road. So that's, not close at all, but that was the nearest neighbor. We lived out in the country, had 26 and a half acres, so only 5 of that cleared off. So I had a lot of woods and things to play in. And saw a car coming down the hill. I thought it was his mom's car. So I just started walking toward the road. Well, it turned out it wasn't his mom at all. When it stopped, I didn't recognize the car or the person. And then out from behind the car, I see a child run from behind the car. And I mean, we're talking a toddler, like maybe 2 years old. And it ran across in front of the car. And I'm thinking, holy cow, that guy in there can't see over the car to even see the kid because it's just right there. But he never saw it, never registered that he saw anything out of the ordinary. And this little kid runs across the road at an angle down into our yard. And if you've ever watched small children who barely mastered the art of walking, sometimes they'll start running and they don't know how to stop, so they just fall. Well, that's what this little boy did. He was wearing a blue outfit. I can still see him to this day. White shirt, blue shorts, little white shoes, and a blue ball cap. He fell, and when he fell, he just no longer existed. And I didn't take my eyes off the spot. I walked straight to that spot. Meantime, the car's turned and gone. And there was no hole that he could have fallen into. And I knew this. I knew every inch of that yard, the cleared off part. There was nothing in the yard that I could have mistaken for a small boy. Nothing, absolutely nothing. I even got a shovel and went back and dug to see if there was something buried there or something I'd missed. Never found anything and don't know what that was. And I asked my grandmother about that, and her cryptic answer was, sometimes you'll see things that are meant for you. Sometimes you'll see things that are meant for other people and you just happen to see them. And sometimes you'll see things you don't know what they are or what they mean ever, except maybe in retrospect, if even then. And that was her answer. So it's a non-answer. And it didn't scare me. It didn't frighten me, but I was just like, little kids don't run into the yard and disappear. There's something that's out there. And I'd had some minor experiences prior to that, like seeing almost like colored Christmas lights, but it wasn't Christmas time and they were flying around in the house. And I was giggling at them and watching. My dad was trying to rock me to sleep. And I'm like, I'm trying to catch these lights. And he's like, what are you doing? And I said, I'm trying to get these lights, Daddy.
Wow.
He couldn't see them. I have no idea what that was.
Wow.
So that was probably the first one that I remember. But the real one that really set me on that course was the little boy. And I've researched that road. The road was named after the Sparks family. That was my mom's family. They had a dairy farm on that road. They had lived there for decades. The only person that had ever been killed on that road that was a child was much older, 12 years old. My grandfather accidentally backed a cattle truck over his favorite nephew and killed him.
Oh, wow.
That was the only child that had died on that road in all those years that I could find out. So later in life, I thought maybe that was some sort of attachment or something connected to that car.
Oh, that's interesting.
So that road dead-ended into the lake. I wonder if there wasn't a body in the trunk of that car that he was going to dump in the lake, and I saw
Oh, wow.
spirit. I don't know, it's just weird. But that was my introduction really to the paranormal and thinking that there's something out there. There's things that we don't get, we don't understand.
Wow, that's fascinating. It's interesting, Steve. So you had that experience and that earlier experience, your kind of first memory with the Christmas light sort of things in the house. And obviously you've had more experiences that we'll get to. So it's just interesting. So do you feel like you're someone that's somehow connected to the other world a little bit? Have you had that sort of...
I think so, and I think that connection comes through my grandmother. Now, sometimes things like that will skip a generation and things. My mom didn't have that much, but I have it. My daughter doesn't have it so much. But and my granny, out of all the grandchildren, and there was a lot, having 10 children, I was the favorite. And the reason being, I was born down south, they call it a veil over your face. Also being with a caul or being born in caul.
Yeah.
All it is the afterbirth. The amniotic sac was still stretched over my head, and they had to cut it away. My mom was out of it. They had knocked her out with twilight sleep or something. And my grandmother attended my birth. She didn't assist. She would have. She had done some midwifing and stuff back in the hills. But in her superstitious mind, that marked me as a special child. And she would get me alone. She lived in this big Victorian farmhouse because they'd moved from where the dairy farm used to be. When they dammed up the river down there and made Melton Hill Lake, they left that dairy farm sitting on a quarter of an acre. So there went the dairy farm. So they moved about 25 miles away and had another farm. They did truck farming and stuff there. So we would go visit her, and she'd be in this big old dark Victorian house. And what had once been a formal dining room, she turned it into a quilting room. And her and my Aunt Frenchie would cut quilt pieces while they watched their soap operas, their stories, they called them, during the rest of the year. And then in the wintertime, she would sit by herself in there and piece quilts together. And that was verboten. You were not allowed in the quilting room. There was, sewing machines and things that you weren't supposed to mess with in there. And she would get me in there, and she would scare the daylights out of me. I mean, she looked like a witch, like a Hansel and Gretel type witch. She
played the part.
Was arthritic and kind of hunkered over, and her hands were kind of gnarled up. And I was scared to death of her when I was little. Well, she would get me in there, and she would teach me these things, some superstition or some sayings or a charm or a way to get bad luck off or to bring good luck to you. And if I could repeat it back to her to her satisfaction, then she'd give me a Hershey bar or maybe a crisp new $1 bill. And, in 1967, 68, 69, $1 bill was a lot of money.
It's a lot of money, yeah.
Comic books, I think, were 12 cents. So I could get, a fistful of comic books and have enough left over to get a icy or something, so $1 was a lot of money. One thing I'll never forget, it was about, 25 miles to her house. Well, on the way there was a spot in the road where years and years before, there was a farmhouse there up on a little hill, and some kids had been playing ball in the yard. One kid chased a ball out into the road and was hit and killed there on the spot. So some about kids being killed in roads, but it was an older kid. He was like 12 or something, I think. And I would always get just a creepy feeling, because that was a cautionary tale, to me. Don't chase a ball out in the yard, or you could end up like that poor kid. So one night we were passing by there. We were on the way to her house. It was a Friday night. And I was laying in the back seat reading a comic book. This was late 60s. Seatbelts, what's that? Nobody cared. And I got this chill, this little tingle sensation up the back of my spine. I raised up and looked out the window. Sure enough, we were passing by that house and the road where that kid had perished, sadly, years before. When we get to my grandmother's a few minutes later, my mom and dad are carrying stuff in. And as soon as we get there, she hustles me off into the quilting room as usual. And I don't remember what she was teaching me that night, but she said something about feeling things. And she said, you feel things? And I said, yeah, I mean, you can hurt my feelings, or if you pinch me, I can feel that. And she said, no, I mean, you feel things. Like that spot on the highway on the way here tonight. And I was just like, oh my God, she can read my mind. And that scared me, like, I've got to be careful what I think now, because Mama, we called her Mama. Mama could hear me. But I heard other stories that were doing stuff like that. I ran into a lady in her 60s, and as a teenager, she had gone to my grandmother with 2 other girls to get their fortune told. And they had to walk a couple of miles to get there. It was out in the country. And this one lady named Anna, she was kind of laughing and making fun of her. Said, well, I'll go along with you and I'll do this, but I don't believe in it. I think that old lady's full of hooey. Well, they get there, they knock on the door. Grandma comes to the door, yes. And Mama Bessie, everybody in the community called her Mama Bessie. Mama Bessie, we're here to get our fortunes told. And she said, okay. She said, I'll tell yours and I'll tell yours, but I won't tell yours because you don't believe in me and you mocked me. And Anna said, you could have knocked me over with a feather, because they were miles away from our house when this conversation transpired.
Wow.
So that's what I grew up around, is that kind of stuff. No wonder I'm like I am.
That's fascinating. Yeah, Steve, it's interesting to hear this perspective, because it's almost like the story of like a family line, and then the grandson with the ability, or the second sight, and then you become sort of an acolyte for your grandmother. And in a way, maybe she wanted to pass on and encourage those abilities.
And she did. And I was the one, just because of her superstition and being born with a veil and all that. And again, I claim no abilities, but I have had flashes of precognition and things like that. I know what's going to happen. Sometimes I've been places. One of the strangest deja vu I ever had was in Ohio.
Yes,
really? Little kid, it was the first time we'd been up through there. I was maybe 5 or 6. We were on the way to visit my mom's brother in Michigan. And I suddenly I recognized everything. And I said, we've been here before. And they're like, no, you've never been through Ohio. And I'm like, no. I kept insisting. And I told them, I said, just a little way up this road where there's a white house on the right side of the road, and there's like 3 outbuildings, and they're each a little worse shaped than the one previous. And there's a swing set back in the backyard. Well, sure enough, a couple miles later, we go around a curve. There's a white house, like I predicted. There's a garage, and then another little shed and a garden shack. And in the backyard was a swing set.
Wow.
How did I know? I don't know. But
How old were you?
Between 5 and 6. It was 1969. I think they're 68 or 69. So that was my first trip through Ohio, one of many. Now, my parents were antique dealers, and sometimes we would go on buying trips and go up into Ohio and go to farm sales and estate sales and things. And it was just such a magical place. And I think it's still there. There was a little town called Findlay, Ohio.
Yeah.
And there was a place there called Ghost Town.
Oh, yeah.
It was like this 1800s village type thing. And it was just like in some guy's yard. And we stopped, and it wasn't open. And the guy came out, so we got their own private tour.
Oh, that's cool.
I have nothing but fond memories of Ohio.
Well, as 3 Ohio boys, that is good.
And I always used to say, any state that gave us Dean Martin, Larry Flint, and the Cramps can't be all bad.
All right. That is an interesting combination.
Yeah.
I was trying to think of the most obscure or divergent things from Ohio. I mean, you've got astronauts and
we had a president, I think.
Dean Martin, Larry Flint, and the Cramps. That's
great combination.
The unholy triangle there.
I was going to say, you're not to linger too much on this, but so that experience you had, obviously, you mentioned as a deja vu type, but obviously could have been precognition considering your family line and your history, and also, but maybe reincarnation. Maybe there's a little bit of past life of Ohio lineage.
That's
there.
what I was thinking.
Yeah, I've thought about that. I dream of places that I know very well. I go to the same place sometimes,
Yes.
Me too.
Yeah,
Mhm.
we've had that conversation.
and there's things that are there that are consistent.
Yes.
And those are some of the most wonderful dreams because it's another place.
For sure.
So I think we dream travel.
I do
Yeah.
too.
I don't know if it's another dimension or an alternate reality or what, but I mean, I go places and I know people there and I know where things are. And if I go up here around the hill, there's a gas station that I always like to stop at and get coffee.
Absolutely.
Right.
But it's in a dream.
It's just weird
Right.
that you
It's
keep going back to them over and over again. That's the strange part.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, the same place.
It feels like home.
And it'll be, time will have passed. Things
Yeah.
will be different. Sometimes it's rained and the streets are flooded.
Right.
Or one time there was like some sort of street carnival or something going on. So it's like this place that exists
Same
and
location.
carries on when I'm not there. And then whenever I pop back in there, well, let's see what's happening now. And there you have it. That's a little sample of me on the Belief Hole with Chris, Jeremy, and John. You can find the whole episode over on their channel, Belief Hole Podcast, here on YouTube. Thank you. All right. Hope you enjoyed that little journey into the Belief Hole there. And go watch the whole episode. I had a big time over there. And there's some of my favorite people in general. I'm going to be having them on. I don't know if it'll be on this channel or on Missing Person Mysteries, but I'm going to do an interview with the brothers at some point. Looking forward to that. And they've asked me to be back on their show again. So last time I checked, my episode over there was the most watched episode. So go check them out. Belief Hole Podcast here on YouTube. Love what they're doing over there. And I forgot to turn the air off again. Sorry for the external noise in the background here. A little after midnight here on the East Coast, 18 after the hour. Got some spooky stuff coming up for you. And something that I mentioned on the Belief Hole, they asked me about times that I'd actually been scared. And there's 3 times that I can think of. 2 of them stories that I've recorded on my 13 Past Midnight channel. That'll be coming back. That's a seasonal thing. I'll bring that back in October and do the 31 Nights of Halloween. But there's a couple stories over there. The Beast of Swanson Lane and The Thing in the Ditch are 2 of the times I've been scared. But the time that I was the most scared, I didn't really get into it on Belief Hole because it's a long story, but it's my encounter with the Black Eyed Kids back in the 90s. I'll play that here in just a few minutes. See, had some more people come in here that I want to say hi to. Charlie Gabaldon, how you doing? Good to see you. Yolanda Alvarado, good to see you. Flat Earth Sage. Van Gold, hey there. Good to see you. Yeah, my grandmother was she called herself a gypsy witch. I don't know where she got the gypsy part, my maternal grandmother. She was born in the Cades Cove area, the East Tennessee, the Great Smokies there. And yeah, I'm from Tennessee. Traveled all over in those areas. Spent a lot of time in North Carolina, but Tennessee born and bred. Yeah, I love that stuffed giraffe. I already put him back in the room. Anyway, thanks for joining me here tonight. This is an impromptu live stream. Thought I'd come on to a creepy show. Hey, Kelly Snyder, good to see you, buddy, all the way from Hawaii. Haven't seen you around in a while. Welcome in. And John Keller, if he's still listening, thanks for ordering a book from me. I saw your order come through. If you want a personalization on that, let me know. You didn't put one in the Etsy order. But I've got signed books on my Etsy shop. I got 5 different ones over there because these are 3. That's first one, Strange Things in the Woods. And then My Strange World, which is autobiographical. It's just a portion of my paranormal experiences. And I've got enough to fill at least another book or 2. And Volume 1, the National Park Mysteries and Disappearances series of Great Smoky Mountains National Park and surrounding areas, Gatlinburg, Pigeon Forge, Sevierville, things in there. Hey, Abaya, hope I'm saying that right. Welcome in. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and play that. This is an interview that a girl named Unicorp's Tales did with me a few years ago about the Black Eyed Kids, and she doesn't ask a lot of questions. She just lets me tell the story. Hey, Lovey, love, how you doing? But I'll go ahead and play this, and then I'll be back with you. I think this one's about 20 minutes long too. So enjoy. This is my true encounter with the Black Eyed Kids 20 something years ago now. It was early 90s, I think. But enjoy. I'll see you in a few minutes. Thanks everybody for hanging out with me.
Hello, friends. Steve Stockton here with you. You caught my recent appearance on the Belief Hole podcast. I spoke about my experience with the Black Eyed Children. I wasn't able to tell it on their show, but here it is in its entirety.
Black Eyed Kids. Who or what are they? Are they aliens, as some believe, similar to the Men in Black, or something darker? Possibly demonic? My guest today is author, narrator, and filmmaker Steve Stockton, who has some amazing true paranormal encounters over on his channel, and we're going to discuss the Black Eyed Children phenomena.
Hello. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you very much.
Oh, it's my pleasure to be here. Thank you for asking.
So I understand you've had a Black Eyed Kids encounter.
Yes, I have. Happened back in the late 90s. Very, very frightening. And I've been fairly hesitant to talk about it.
Why have you been hesitant to talk about it?
Well, I'm part Cherokee on my father's side. And there are certain things that the elders of the tribes will tell you that you just don't talk about. There are certain entities that they believe in, which they just don't discuss. And the fear there is that almost like a tulpa, that by talking about it, you give it more energy and you can actually draw it to you. So I imagine it's more out of superstition than anything else, but because it was such a frightening episode that's why I've been hesitant to talk about it, although I have a few times. And usually with some very strange results thereafter.
What happens when you have spoken of it?
Well, as odd as it sounds, there's usually some sort of paranormal activity that goes along with that. First time I ever talked about it publicly was on Art Bell's show. Art was sick that night. His producer, Heather Wade, had taken over the show. She kind of knew little bits and pieces about the story. Her and I talk apart from the show. We're good friends and spent a lot of time talking on the phone. And she kind of goaded me live on the show into telling it. It was a wonderful experience being on Art Bell's show, even though Art wasn't on there at the time, unfortunately. He did call in during one of the mini breaks, tell us what a good show we were doing, and it was right after I'd told the Black Eyed Kids story. Usually, like I said, something paranormal happened that night after I talked about it. After the show was over and I had wound down, gone to bed, I heard a scream in the house. The house is pitch dark. The only person's there with me, my daughter, and my dog. It was weird. It sounded like the scream started outside and then continued into the house, like, say, somebody were out on the front porch, began screaming, ran into the house and out the back door. Well, I have perimeter alarms. I have motion detectors. I have things well under control as far as security is concerned. None of the alarms were tripped. None of the motion lights came on. None of the perimeter alarms have been tripped. First thing I thought of was, something's happened with my daughter. So I ran into her room, knocked on the door, banged on the door, opened up the door, and she's sound asleep. And did you hear a scream? And she's like, no. And she said, but I told you not to talk about those damn black-eyed kids. So that was just one of the first things. Another time I told the story, I had a strange knocking at the door in the middle of the night that happened 2 or 3 times. Again, nothing on the security camera, nothing alarm-wise, nothing on the perimeter alarms, the motion alarms, nothing went off. But there was a very distinct, loud knock at the door on 3 separate occasions. Most recently, there's been a couple other times in there, minor incidents of paintings falling off the wall and things like that. The most recent incident, I told it live on Facebook in a group that you and I are part of. You know what I'm talking about. And that night, a dining fly or a rain fly that I had set up out in the yard under some trees, that I sit out there under that when it's really sunny out or when it's raining hard. I sit out there under that. During the night, after we talked that on Facebook, did that live broadcast, the dining fly had just collapsed. Nothing had fallen on it. Nobody had been around. Again, no perimeter alarms, no motion detection had gone off or anything. But 2 of the braces, now it was just aluminum, or aluminium as you like to say, but the rivets had snapped in 2 of the supports and the whole thing had collapsed right where I normally sit. Had I been there at the time, I probably wouldn't have been injured, but it would have been frightened to say the least. So we'll see what happens after this episode, see if there's anything unusual that happens after this telling of the story.
Can you describe to us what you felt?
Well, when it happened, I felt the most irrational fear that I've ever felt. And I'm not one that scares easy. If you listen to some of my true paranormal encounters on my YouTube channel, or in my 3rd book, My Strange World, that's where I wrote about my personal encounters. I talked about some pretty scary things in there. There have been 2, other than the black-eyed children, where I was actually scared, where I was actually frightened. Both basically when I was a child or very young. And that being a story called The Thing in the Ditch, and then another one called The Beast of Swanson Lane. Now, I won't go into retelling those here, but those times I was frightened, scared of whatever it was. But this encounter with the black-eyed kids, it was a totally different kind of fear. I'll go ahead and tell the story here. This is in the late 90s. I was living in East Tennessee at the time, and I worked for a medical management company. We basically had 35 or so remote medical practices that we managed, and the idea behind the medical group was that we'd let the doctors be free to practice medicine, and we would handle the business side of it, the day-to-day. A lot of doctors, brilliant though they are, they don't have good business sense, and they need help running their practices. So that was my normal gig. Well, this is at a time when a lot of the Microsoft certifications and some of that was just coming to the fore. People were just getting those. You could find work without one. There was not really such a thing as a computer science degree at that time, not in the sense that there is now. And I taught myself this. My degrees are actually in English and art, but I picked up computers along the way, and that's what I was doing for the medical management group. I did the computers and the networking and kept that all running for the remote sites so the doctors could print their super bills and patient databases and all things like that. It was just the very start of before things were to go paperless. So I taught myself those skills, was working in that as a full-time job, and then I also did like hired gun type work as a network consultant. I would go out and could redo any type of business, and set them up on computers, get them going. Well, there was a place right down the road from where the main office of the medical management group was. It was a comprehensive breast center. I had a friend that had worked there and recommended me to the office manager. They were wanting to update their computer network. So I went in and talked to them, and they offered me the gig at $100 an hour, which even in today's money, that's great, but in late 90s money, that was fantastic. So I took that gig, and what I would do once I finished my day-to-day work activities for the medical group, I would just pop down the street to the breast center, and I was working on getting their network converted over. They've been using the old dumb terminals, and we're moving toward an actual functioning network where everybody had their own personal PCs at their desk. So I would go in there sometimes after those people had gone home and work till midnight or after, getting this taken care of. It was a several week gig. And I was just finishing up. I think I only had maybe another day or two's work left in there. I was leaving about 2 o'clock in the morning. And I had keys to the place and codes to the alarm and everything. I could come and go as I pleased. And I liked being in there, of course, when nobody was there, so I didn't disrupt anyone, and they didn't disrupt me. So I'd locked up, set the alarms. I was leaving. I carried all my stuff out to my car. Now, at the time, I was driving a little Mazda Miata convertible, and I had all this network gear and tools and a spool of Cat5 cable and things like that I was carrying around with me. Carrying all that out with my arms full. And I noticed, and this is in an industrial area, there's not any houses nearby or anything, but I noticed way over on the edge of the parking lot, there's 2 little girls sitting on the curb. And I'm thinking, well, that's strange. Where this is, and the time of morning to 2 a.m., this isn't a common occurrence. And so I put my stuff down. I'm opening up the car, the trunk. I'd left the top down. It was warm weather. So I'm trying to store all this gear in the trunk. If you've ever seen a Miata trunk, it's a tiny thing. It's not much bigger than a glove box on a lot of cars. And it's a bit like Tetris to try to fit a lot of stuff in the trunk. So I'm trying to rearrange and arrange things and get them all to fit in the trunk. And I looked over, and they've stood up. I'd say the older one's probably 11 or 12 years old. The younger one was probably, or I say the younger one, it was the smaller one. I couldn't really tell ages, but I would have guessed she was probably 9 or 10. They're just a couple of years difference in ages, I would say. And all of a sudden, the taller one starts talking. Not to me, but about me, to the other one, to the smaller one. And it was almost like a litany. She was saying, and just nonstop, like, he'll give us a ride. He'll let us in his car. He'll have to let us go. He can't leave us out here. We're lost and scared, and it's 2 a.m. He'll have to give us a ride. He'll let us in his car. He's not going to leave us stranded. Just over and over and over and over. And the smaller one didn't say anything. Well, I go back to my task. I'm trying to get stuff fixed in my car so I can get out of here. Well, I glance over again. The taller one is still talking, and they've walked closer to me. They're about halfway across the lot now. It's maybe 80 yards or so, the entire length of the lot. And I didn't see them move, but yet somehow they had moved. I'm still fiddling with my car. I look up again. Now the taller one's still talking. This time, they've closed the distance even more. Again, I didn't see them walk. They were only walking when I wasn't looking, I presume. And now they're under a streetlight. And I can kind of see that they're dressed oddly. They're wearing very plain, very simple clothing. Darkish colored pants, maybe gray. And they're wearing dark hoodies, sweatshirts with the hoods pulled up. And I can't really see the faces. It looks black in there. And the taller one is still talking, 90 miles an hour. He won't leave us out here. He won't leave us stranded. He'll let us in the car. He'll do it. He won't leave us here. He'll let us in. And by this point, I'm really getting spooked because they're getting fairly close now. Well, just as the next time I looked up, they had gotten right under the street lamp. And I could see that they had the biggest, blackest eyes that I'd ever seen. I mean, like, so black as to not exist. It was that type of black, a pitch black. If you've ever been in a cave underground with no lights on, it was that kind of darkness, just an inky blackness for their eyes. And this one's still jabbering. And I felt this fear just start rolling over me in waves. And now, telling the story, it seems so ridiculous. It's 2 little girls, even though the circumstances are quite odd. It's in a parking lot at 2 o'clock in the morning. There's nobody else around. And, I'm thinking, this can't be a good thing. two girls want to ride in a two-seater car. First of all, I'm not going to put two kids in the seat of a car that's just meant for one person, and don't want to be out running around under those circumstances. 2 o'clock in the morning with two underage girls in a car, and just, but the fear that I felt come rolling off those two, and even now when I talk about it, I get a little antsy. It's like every time I talk about it, I relive it. I go back, as I've never felt a fear like that. It was just a real feral fight or flight type thing. The only thing I can liken it to, my cousin Wendell used to have a boa constrictor, and he would feed it live rodents, rats or mice. It wouldn't eat dead ones or frozen ones. It wanted to kill them itself. And I watched him feed it one time, and he put the poor little mouse or whatever it was, rat, in the enclosure with the snake, and the mouse is just looking around. And then all of a sudden it sits up on its haunches, and it gets the strangest look. And obviously it had sensed the snake or smelled the snake. The snake just slowly comes curling out from under a rock or some vegetation or something that he had in there for it. And the mouse completely froze. It just sat there on its haunches. It stopped twitching its whiskers. It froze just out of pure fear. And then the snake had no problem just coming over, and it kind of smacked it with its head, and stunned it, and then just set about eating it whole. Well, that was kind of how I felt, was like that mouse. There was just such an overwhelming fear that it was really beyond fight or flight. And even as scared as I've been in those other two stories that I talked about, I've never felt a fear like I felt. Just total, insane, irrational fear. So by now, I've gotten my stuff in my car. I got the trunk closed. I'm fumbling with the keys, trying to get the door open. For whatever reason, I'd left the doors locked with the top down. I had trouble getting the door open, so I ended up just like jumping over the car door into the car. And by now, they're right up. They're just within a few feet of the car. And they're just standing there staring at me. And the taller one is still, oh, he'll let us in. He'll give us a ride. He won't leave us out here in the middle of nowhere. We're stranded. We're lost. We're cold. We're wet. It's, late. And I had trouble getting the car started. Finally, roared to life. And by that time, they were right up to the edge of the car. I mean, they could have jumped in the car almost at that point. And I floored the car, and instead of turning left or right and exiting the parking lot as normal, I went down through the grass in the lawn of the place, and there was a little curb there, jumped the curb, went down through the grass and got out on the road that way, and just didn't look back. And at the time I was dating a girl who only lived 2 or 3 miles away, and usually if I had to work late there, I would spend the night with her so I could be at my other gig for the medical group on time in the mornings. But this night, that didn't even occur to me. I turned the other direction and went to my parents' house in Oak Ridge, which was a good, 15, 17 miles away. And the whole way there, there's a highway there in East Tennessee called Pillsippi Parkway that goes all the way from Oak Ridge to the interstate connector. One way it'll take you to the airport. The other way it takes you to I-40, which is the major east-west thoroughfare through there. And the whole time down Pillsippi Parkway, I'm totally breaking the speed limit. This little car would go, because it was tuned up, and made for speed. And I was easily doing 90 and 100 miles an hour down Pillsippi Parkway just to get away from these weird little girls. And I kept looking in my rearview mirror as I'm driving away, not for the police. The police would have been a welcome sight at this point, but for the little girls. Just that irrational fear was making me think, well, they're going to be right behind the car, or they're hanging on to the spoiler on the back of the car, or, they're going to just appear in the seat, and I look over my shoulder behind me, like they're going to be run along beside the car, and just that type of fear. And when I did get to my parents' house, instead of parking in the driveway as normal, I continued through the driveway around behind their house and parked my car behind their house under a tree in the backyard. Again, no explanation for that kind of behavior. I went and let myself in. Of course, they're long asleep. And I couldn't rest, couldn't go to sleep. I just couldn't get these images and this incident out of my mind. Every little bit I'd get up and I'd peek out the curtains, I'd go to the kitchen, look out to the kitchen door, and I expected to see those little girls out on the porch. Now, never did, never seen them again. But again, it's that fear. I relive it now. Every time I tell it, I get my palms sweat. I get kind of nervous. You can probably hear it in my voice. That was the most frightening encounter I've ever had, and just the fear that it would come back to an extent is why I've been reticent to talk about it. And as I've stated, the times that I have talked about it, things have happened. So I don't know what'll happen this time. Again, no explanation, don't know who they were, where they came from, what they were, but I felt a sense of evil, a sense of urgency to get away. It felt very, I would say, demonic in nature. There was a presence there, something bigger than those two little girls. It was whatever was, with them or controlling them, or however you want to say it. There was a definite evil there, something that I didn't want to mess with. And I've been in some pretty hairy situations, but it frightened me to the core, just a fright that I didn't even know I was capable of feeling.
Gosh, that's really frightening.
Yeah, as I said, it's the singular most frightening encounter that I've ever had by far, not including any of those stories from my third book, My Strange World, my personal encounters there. A couple of doozies in there, but this one, there's never been anything even close to the fear that I felt either before or since the encounter with the black-eyed children.
Would you ever want to encounter the black-eyed kids again?
Well, that's an odd question, and I've been asked that by many people that have heard the story, heard me tell it. I haven't committed it to print. I don't know that I ever will write it out. I prefer to just tell it because I don't think I could capture the fear like I do when I'm telling. I've had people tell me that you can hear it in my voice, and I don't know that even as much as I write 4 hours a day, every day, I don't know that I could capture the true feeling that I'm experiencing in there. But yes and no. I would like to encounter them again. I feel like that I'd be more prepared now, that I would have a better idea that I was dealing with something so far through. Because that was what broadsided me and blindsided me so much, was just that overwhelming fear from somebody who's normally fearless in case of the paranormal. I saw my first full-body apparition around 6 years old. Didn't scare me a bit. It made me curious and set me on a lifetime journey of exploring the paranormal. But had this been my first encounter, I probably wouldn't have wanted anything to do with the paranormal ever again for my entire life. So yeah, a part of me would like to see them again, and another part of me sort of fears that I will see them again, especially after talking about it like this.
Wow, you must be so scared.
Oh yeah, I was, and I don't have any trouble admitting it. None whatsoever. It was a very frightening, very harrowing experience, and even that night, I couldn't sleep till after daylight. I kept peering out the curtains, and I even called into my other job and didn't go to work that day. I did finish up at the breast center, but the last couple times that I had to go in there and do some things, I tried to go earlier than usual, and actually took a girlfriend at the time with me. And nothing happened. Never saw the black-eyed kids again.
Okay, Steve. Well, thank you very much for sharing that with us.
Oh, it was my pleasure. Love talking to you about it, telling the story. Yet again, it does seem to get a little easier every time I tell it, so we'll see what happens.
Please keep us updated if you have any more goings on while talking about this stuff.
Oh, I certainly will. You'll be the first to know. Thanks again for asking me to be on to talk about it.
Yes, thank you very much again for joining us here and sharing your experience.
I can see you from behind. You can hear me in your mind. Run so fast
Well, there you have my Black Eyed Kids encounter. I get scared just listening to it. It's been a long time ago now, but frightening. Anybody here ever had anything like that happen to them, or anything paranormal, anything supernatural, anything scary? It's about 12 before the hour here. Yeah, Scott's Life, I don't blame you. I said part of me would almost like to see him again because I'd know more about it. I'd never heard of him when I saw him. But now that I've heard of more encounters and stuff, and there's a really famous encounter in Portland, Oregon. I had some strange experiences up there, but didn't see any black-eyed kids. But speaking of, next video I'm going to do here is a Midnight Mailbox. That's where our listeners send in their stories. Now, I have listener stories that I do over on Missing Persons and Mysteries. Excuse me, this is another incarnation of that I've done here, the Midnight Mailbox. Go ahead and play this one, and I'll be back on with you. Thank you for hanging out here with me. I'm starting to get a little bit tired, but got another hour or two in me anyway. So enjoy stories from Midnight Mailbox. I don't think Atheta's in here anymore. The email address is midnightmailbox13@gmail.com if you have a story you'd like to share, or you can email me directly, Steve Stockton at 81, the number 81@gmail.com. Love to hear from you. But here we go with Midnight Mailbox, and I'll see you right after this. Enjoy.
Welcome, dear listeners, to Midnight Mailbox, the podcast that unlocks the eerie secrets hidden in the shadows of the night. I'm your host, Steve Stockton, and tonight we embark on a journey into the supernatural, guided by the tales that arrive in our mysterious mailbox. Each episode, we delve into the unexplained, the otherworldly, and the downright spine-chilling experiences shared by you, our brave listeners. Picture this. It's the dead of night, and you find yourself alone, surrounded by an atmosphere thick with mystery. That's when the unexplainable happens. Maybe it's a ghostly encounter, an extraterrestrial rendezvous, or a brush with the unknown that sends shivers down your spine. Now, imagine sharing that story with the world under the cloak of darkness. Join us as we open the Midnight Mailbox, revealing the emails, the whispered confessions, and the spine-tingling encounters that defy reason. Each episode is a journey into the paranormal, a peek behind the veil of our reality, and a celebration of the uncharted territories of the supernatural. So, grab a blanket, turn down the lights, and prepare to be captivated by the tales that defy explanation. Midnight Mailbox is here to make the unexplained a little less lonely and a lot more thrilling. Are you ready to step into the shadows and explore the mysteries that await in the heart of the night? Because, my friends, the Midnight Mailbox is now open. Civil War Ghosts. The listener writes, "Hey there, Steve and listeners. So happy that you're doing these listener stories again. I really miss them. Gather around, because I've got a wild tale from the 80s that'll give you the heebie-jeebies. It was me and my buddies, Jake and Brent, on a summer night in Alabama, headed to this haunted battlefield we'd heard about. I ain't one to buy into all this ghost hype, but this night, well, it was something else. We set up camp, cracked open some cold ones, and laughed off the eerie vibes. But then, it was like the woods started talking. Whispers like old soldiers chatting about war. At first, we thought maybe it was just the wind, but deep down, we knew better. Suddenly, a chill hit us, and we heard what sounded like distant drums, slow and mournful. We followed them to what must have been the battlefield's center, where moonlight danced on ancient gnarled trees. And there they were, ghostly soldiers, marching with a weight of sorrow in their eyes. One guy, in a gray uniform, gave me what appeared to be a spectral salute. It was like they were lost, just like us. The drums hit their peak, and then, poof, the soldiers vanished, leaving us in the quiet aftermath, surrounded by the echoes of a long-gone war. We stumbled back to camp in a daze, packed up just as dawn was breaking, and hightailed it out of there. But that haunted night, it stuck in my head like a catchy tune that you just can't shake. So there it is, my brush with ghostly soldiers in the 1980s. Did we really cross paths with the past? Who knows? Anyway, keep those lights on and catch you on the creepy flip side. Thanks again. Signed, George. College UFO encounter. Hey Steve, love the show and thought I'd toss my hat into the ring with a wild story that still gives me the chills. So, back in college, I had this totally bizarre run-in with a UFO. Yeah, I know, it sounds crazy, but hear me out. It was a crisp fall night, and I'm strolling back to my dorm after a late-night library sesh. Everything's chill until I spot this weird light in the sky. At first, I'm thinking, oh, it's just a plane doing plane things. But nope, this thing's playing hopscotch up there, zigzagging like it's on a joyride. I stopped dead in my tracks, trying to make sense of the cosmic disco show. The light gets brighter, and I swear the air feels electric or something. My heart's about to beat out of my chest. And here's where it gets fuzzy. I don't know how much time passed, but suddenly, it was gone. The light disappeared faster than I could imagine. I shake my head, try to collect myself, and notice it's completely quiet. No usual night sounds, just silence. I glance at my watch, and it's like I've lost a pretty good chunk of time, like a plot hole in my life story. Next day, I told my friends, expected a, whoa, that's nuts, but instead, I get a laugh track. They blame caffeine and stress. I even hit the books digging into the UFO tales, feeling like a character out of a paranormal TV show. I can't explain it. Was it a caffeine-induced space trip, or did I witness something out of E.T.? I've read up on other folks' stories, and it turns out I'm not alone in this weird cosmic club. I'm not saying it's little green men, but hey, maybe there's more to the night sky than meets the eye. Please keep the spookiness rolling on the podcast. Cheers, your friend, Andy. Hat Man encounter. Here's what happened. One night, I was in bed and couldn't sleep. It felt kind of weird, you know? The room was super dark, and it was all quiet and spooky. And suddenly, I got this creepy feeling, like I wasn't alone. I peeked to the end of my bed, and guess what? There was this tall, shadowy figure in a big hat. Yep, the Hat Man. He looked pretty scary with that hat, making his face all shadowy. I got really, really scared. The Hat Man had this bad vibe, and it felt like the room was getting all stuffy. I tried to breathe, but it was hard. I kept telling myself it was just my imagination, but nope, the Hat Man stuck around, just standing there at the end of my bed. I could feel him looking at me, even though I couldn't see his face. And then the room got cold, and it felt like something heavy on my chest. It was like the Hat Man was taking all the air out of the room, and I couldn't breathe right. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't get my voice to work. It felt like forever that he just stayed there. I could tell he wasn't a nice person. He had this dark and mean feeling, almost demonic. I closed my eyes, hoping he'd be gone when I opened them. When I was finally brave enough to peek again, he was gone. But I still felt scared. It was all weird and made me think a lot. Whether it was just my mind playing tricks or something spooky, I couldn't forget about the Hat Man. It was like this strange thing that stuck with me. Thank you for letting me share my story. Signed, Anonymous. The Haunted Dairy Farm. Hey Steve, glad you're taking stories again. I've got one about an abandoned dairy farm in rural Ohio that'll make your hair stand on end. There was a bunch of us, fueled by a mix of curiosity and some courage. We decided to check out this old farm that's been sitting there almost like a forgotten ghost town. Rolled up in our truck, parked a good distance away to avoid getting caught trespassing. Armed with flashlights and hopefully nerves of steel, we made our way through this creaky gate that sounded like it was straight out of a horror movie. The night was dark as sin, clouds hiding the moon, and the whole scene felt like something out of a Stephen King novel. As we approached these old barns, the smell hit us. A weird mix of damp hay and something sour that made my stomach turn. The air felt thick, and the only sound was the occasional crunch of gravel under our boots. And then we heard it, this low, creepy moan that sent shivers down our spine. It wasn't an animal sound, mind you, but something straight out of a paranormal book. Normally, I don't even believe in stuff like this, but there was something in the air that night. There were shadows playing tricks. The air felt like it does sometimes before a storm. We tried to laugh it off, made some jokes, but deep down, we were all getting really nervous. We wandered through the farm, checking out the barns, and stumbled upon the old milking parlor, a place that smelled like death warmed over. I swear, I heard whispers in the wind, telling tales of days gone by. And in the flickering light, I caught a glimpse of shadowy figures moving just out of sight, like in my peripheral vision. Creepy, huh? But the real freak-out happened in the farmhouse. Inside, the temperature dropped like crazy, and we started feeling watched. Footsteps echoed behind us, but every time we turned around, there was no one or nothing there. Classic haunted house type stuff. In one of the rooms, we found this old photo album that gave us the serious creeps. Pictures of a family, kids, cows, like a snapshot of a long-lost time. And there was this picture of a woman staring at me like she had a bone to pick. I just couldn't shake the feeling that she was the source of those mournful mourns we'd heard earlier. We decided to bail, but as we headed out, things got even weirder. Now the air crackled with energy, and the shadows in my peripheral vision were going crazy. And I swear, I felt a cold hand on my arm. We ran out of there like our lives depended on it. It was like the whispers chased us out of there. I can't explain what happened that night, whether it was the spirits of the past or just our imaginations running wild. But one thing's for sure, that old dairy farm's got some serious spooky vibes. So, if you ever find yourselves in rural Ohio and hear about an abandoned farm, take my advice and steer clear. It ain't a place for the faint of heart. Signed, Adam. The Haunted Rocking Chair. Hello, people. I've got a crazy story for you. So, a couple weeks ago, I found an old rocking chair in a thrift store. Well, turns out I believe it's haunted. Yeah, I know, sounds like I'm cooking up a horror movie plot, but stick with me. From the beginning, the chair was all creaky, and I'd occasionally catch it rocking by itself. Not like a gentle sway, but a full-on I'm doing my own thing kind of vibe. At first, I thought it was probably the wind or a draft in the house or something. But then I started to hear what sounded like whispers. I'm not joking. Whispers, like the chair had its own secret gossip club. It sounded like it was saying things like, "Why did you bring me here?" or "I don't want to be in this place." I thought I was losing my mind. And you know what else? The chair played musical chairs when I wasn't looking. I'd leave it in the living room, and the next day, bam, it'd be back in my room, rocking away. I swear, it was like it had a GPS set for my bedroom. Creepy, huh? Now let's talk about nightmares. Every time I dozed off near that thing, I had these crazy dreams about a shadowy figure watching me. It was like a horror movie marathon in my head every night. I even tried recording the whispers just to make sure I wasn't going bonkers, but I didn't get anything substantial. Things really hit the fan one night, and the chair went berserk, rocking like it was auditioning for a horror movie. The room turned ice cold, and I saw some sort of shadowy figure. I couldn't even scream. I felt like the star of a low-budget ghost movie. That was it for me. I grabbed the chair and put it outside like it was on fire, and the next day dropped it off back at the thrift store. Since then, it's been all quiet on the spooky front. No more whispers, no more ghostly rocking sessions, and definitely no more nightmares. I did do a little detective work, though, and found out from the lady at the thrift store that I'd originally purchased the chair from that it used to belong to some lady who met a super creepy end. Call me crazy, but I'm officially on Team Haunted Chair now. Lesson learned. Vintage charm might come with a side of ghostly drama. From now on, I'm sticking to IKEA furniture. At least their chairs don't have a ghost mode. Thanks for reading my story, Annie. Hey there. Glad to see you doing the listener stories again. Here's mine. Imagine Savannah, Georgia, back in the 1980s. It's a place dripping with Spanish moss, where every house seemed to whisper secrets. Now, my childhood home, well, it wasn't your typical haunted house. It was like living in a Southern Gothic horror novel. I remember one night, I was about 10, lying in bed, trying to fall asleep, when this wail started floating through the air. At first, I thought it was just the wind playing tricks, but it started sounding like a ghostly woman singing the blues. I mean, who knew ghosts had a thing for blues tunes? But that was just the warm-up act. I'd wake up to shadows doing a mysterious tango in the corners of my room. Mischievous little imps, I swear. And there were the footsteps, like an invisible party happening every night. Confederate soldiers with a slow march, flappers with a jittery shuffle. Now, why didn't we hightail it out of there, you ask? Well, ghosts don't come with eviction notices, my friend. We were stuck with our spectral roommates, who'd occasionally rearrange my toys like they were having a ghostly play date. It eventually became our normal, the paranormal, like living with the weirdest roommates ever. I finally got the guts to ask my grandma about the house's history. Turns out it had seen more action than I ever imagined. A Civil War hospital, a Prohibition speakeasy, you name it. No wonder we had such haunted goings-on. Like I said, as the years passed, we just got used to it. Ghostly shenanigans were just a part of life in Savannah, like sweet tea and Sunday dinners. We coexisted, each respecting the other's space, for the most part. Sometimes I'd leave out biscuits for the Southern Belle ghost and hope that in return she'd serenade me with some of those otherworldly blues. We eventually moved out, though, leaving behind the ghosts and the memories. Still live in Savannah, but every time I stroll through the neighborhood where we used to live, I can't help but wonder if those ghosts are still hanging out on the moonlit balcony of our old house. Well, that's my tale of growing up in a haunted house in Savannah, where ghosts are as real as the moss on those ancient oaks. If you ever catch a whiff of blues on a Savannah breeze, just know it might be the ghost of a Southern belle getting down with the afterlife. Thanks for reading my story. Signed, Anonymous. The Old Truck. Hey there. Years and years ago, I was this little dude tearing around my uncle's farm in Ohio. Now this farm was like a spooky adventure waiting to happen. So one day, I'm out rambling around, and I stumble upon this beat-up old pickup in the weeds out behind the barn. The thing looked like it had survived a tornado, but there was something off about it. I swear you could feel it in the air. Had a huge creep factor. I was just waiting for mysterious music to start, you know? Being the brave, or maybe just dumb kid that I was, I decided to investigate this truck closer. When I got up near it, the air suddenly felt all charged and staticky, and the barn doors started creaking like they're in some movie. I took a peek inside the dusty window of the truck, and there, to my surprise,
There's this ghostly farmer dude in the driver's seat. Overalls, worn out hat, the whole deal. I'm freaking out, thinking my eyes are playing tricks on me. But he just sits there and keeps on staring straight ahead. Fear? Oh yeah, it hit me hard, but I can't look away. Eventually, the paralysis broke, and I stumbled my way back to the farmhouse. I told my uncle about what I'd seen, but he didn't buy it for a second. Kids and their wild imaginations, right? But man, every time I passed that truck, I swear it had this ghostly aura. Fast forward to today, thinking about that old Ohio farm gives me the willies. The haunted pickup with its ghostly farmer, it's one of those stories that just stays with you. Maybe the past really does have a way of hanging around, like that old truck rusting into the ground on my uncle's farm. Signed, Anonymous. The Headless Man. Hey Steve, love your show. So I've got a creepy story to tell you about this crazy thing that happened to me back in the day. I was in Iowa, probably around 95, cornfields and a bunch of clueless kids thinking they're invincible. There was a corn maze in the neighborhood, and we decided to wander through it in the dead of night, thinking we were on some next level adventure. But oh boy, did it take a turn for the bizarre. It was so quiet, it was even as if the crickets took a break. And then we heard this creepy thudding sound, like someone stomping around with no care in the world. Lo and behold, somewhere in the middle of the corn maze, there he was, a guy without a head, just strolling around like he was out for a casual evening walk. It was the strangest thing I've ever seen. We were frozen, just watching this headless guy doing his thing. He looked disheveled, but he moved with purpose, even without a head. We didn't dare to make a peep, thinking the thing might come after us. After what felt like an eternity, he sort of disappeared into the dark, and the cornfield went back to its eerie silence. We got the heck out of there, didn't say much, just trying to process what the heck we'd just witnessed. It messed with our heads for weeks. We just couldn't shake off that feeling that we stumbled upon something way beyond our imagination. It wasn't our mind playing tricks. We legitimately had a supernatural encounter with a headless man in the corn. I guess as time passed, I kind of buried the memory, but if I stop and think about it long enough, it still haunts me, sometimes when I least expect it. That cornfield, that corn maze, our once upon a time playground, turned into this weird, mysterious spot. I thought this tale might fit in with your creepy podcast. I hope you enjoyed it. Cheers, your friend, Chester. Massachusetts Shadows. Dear Midnight Mailbox, hope you're doing awesome. Have I got a story to share with you? It's about something that happened in a super old colonial house in Massachusetts. It was in the winter of 2003. There was a chill in the air, and I'm holed up in this ancient house, knee-deep in transcribing manuscripts. Now, this house wasn't just old. It was practically dripping with history. It all started one evening when I was burning the midnight oil in the study. The fireplace was throwing shadows on the wall like it was putting on some kind of show, and that's when I first noticed them. Shadows, not from the fireplace, but shadow figures doing their thing in the kitchen. I know that sounds crazy. These shadows that I saw, they were weirdly human-shaped, but totally featureless. Imagine a shadow, but without the details. It was like they were stuck in limbo between form and no form at all. I was just too curious or maybe stubborn to be scared at that time. After that, for many nights, these shadows would just show up, just kind of moving around like they were up to something. They seemed to love hanging out near the fireplace, soaking up the warmth like they were reliving some old memories. And I'm just here going through these books, trying not to completely lose my mind. Eventually, though, I went full detective mode and dug into the history of the house. Turns out, it had more skeleton in its closet than I thought. Family sagas, secret affairs,
You name it. This place had seen it all. The shadows, it seemed, were like the keepers of these ancient stories. Sometimes they'd do a silent reenactment in the kitchen, like it was their own personal stage. And now the really crazy part, these shadows weren't just random blips. They seemed to acknowledge me in their own shadowy way. It was like we had this unspoken understanding. I'm typing away at these old stories. It felt like they were saying, yeah, you get us. Now, I'm not trying to convince you I was hanging out with Casper's extended family or anything, but there was this strange peace in the kitchen during those nightly spectacles. It was like the shadows and I were sharing this unspoken connection, bridging the gap between the living and whatever dimension they were from. Again, it's not about convincing anyone of what was happening in that colonial kitchen. It's more about the crazy goings-on between what we know and what's just beyond our grasp. This old house in Massachusetts, with its creaky floors and dark interior, became the silent witness to these things that defied the ticking clock. Well, there it is, my run-in with these shadows in a kitchen in an old house in Massachusetts. However you choose to see it, the mystery lives on. Here's to embracing the enigma and keeping the conversation spooky. Thank you for reading my story. Signed, Anonymous. The old house on the outskirts of town. Here's my strange encounter. It was years and years ago when I was in my teens. I'd just finished high school, and one of my buddies lived in this old house on the outskirts of town. One night, things got crazy. I was crashing at his place, just shooting the breeze, and we were playing some tunes on his record player. Suddenly, we noticed these weird shadows moving around. Was it just our imagination? Nah, it was something else. These shadowy figures started appearing out of nowhere, like people made out of pure darkness. They didn't have any real features, just dark shapes that seemed to move in and out of the room. I remember the chill running down my spine like something wasn't right. We tried to ignore it and blamed it on the lights or whatever, but these shadow folks, they stuck around. They weren't doing anything, just lingering and giving us these really strange vibes. It was like they were watching us, even though they didn't have any eyes, if that makes any sense. There were times when the room would get cold and felt heavy. We tried talking to them, asking if they were there for a reason or something, but they just stayed silent shadows. And man, it was a trip. We couldn't figure out what was going on. We thought about bolting out of there. We were just kind of frozen, like scared to move. But then when we thought about it, where would we go? It was my friend's house. Eventually, after what felt like forever, the shadows eventually began to fade away. After they had gone, we were just left there, scratching our heads and wondering if we'd just lived through some strange supernatural episode. Never saw those shadow people again, but something like that, it stays with you, like some kind of weird puzzle from your past. Even with my high school education, I just couldn't wrap my head around what happened on those nights. Thank you for reading my story. If anybody else has had similar encounters, I hope they'll send theirs in too. Signed, Larry. A sleep paralysis encounter. Hey Steve, hope this email finds you chilling and ready for some spooky stories. So here's the deal. I've been going through some seriously weird stuff at night, and I figured you or your audience might appreciate the bizarre tale. On a regular night, I'm out like a light after a day of high school chaos. But then, I start waking up, or at least I think I am. Turns out, my body's on vacation mode, but my mind is wide awake, playing hide and seek, if you will. And oh boy, it gets weirder. There's this pressure on my chest, like someone decided my rib cage is the comfiest spot in town. It's not just the immobility, it's the feeling that there is some invisible guest sitting on me, throwing a party on my bed without an invitation. Now, the first time it happened, I thought, okay, this was just some sort of freak incident. But nope, it soon became a nightly thing. It's like my body no longer belongs to me at night when I go to sleep. And hallucinations. I guess they're hallucinations. Shadowy figures in my room. Gives me the kind of shivers that you get from reading the scariest ghost story. So I Googled it, and turns out it's called sleep paralysis. Apparently, stress is the trigger, and with the high school drama and family chaos, it's like my brain is throwing a sleep-deprived party. Although some people claim it's a supernatural thing. I've tried everything. New sleeping positions, calming bedtime routines, you name it. But this thing, it's got a mind of its own. It's like my brain's the puppet master, and I'm just along for a spooky ride. Some people even call it the old hag syndrome. Talking to my friends about it feels awkward. I mean, how do you explain that you're being haunted by invisible creatures? They probably think I've been watching too much television. So I'm keeping it on the down low, smiling by day and dreading the night. I've read about therapy and meds helping, but it feels like slapping a Band-Aid on a deeper issue. Call me stubborn, but I'm not ready to go down the medical path just yet. Feels like admitting defeat, you know? The reason why I'm spilling this to you and your audience is I thought maybe putting it into words will lift the creepy cloud. Steve, if you've got any thoughts or advice, or any of your audience, I'm all ears. Thank you for letting me share my personal horror story. Looking forward to more spooky episodes. Sincerely, Dwayne. Hi, Steve. I saw your call for stories for Midnight Mailbox, and I thought I'd send you one of my strange encounters. This is totally serious, and it really happened. It was the weirdest hiking trip of my life. I was out in the tall trees, the ones that make you feel like you're in some giant's backyard. Deep, dark woods, straight out of a movie, where the sunlight barely pokes through. I usually don't get scared, but on this hike, I was frightened out of my wits. First of all, I'd strayed from the usual trail. Classic mistake, I know. But curiosity had gotten the better of me. The deeper into the woods I went, the quieter it got. Suddenly, I noticed there were no bird sounds, no leaf rustling, nothing. Just this creepy silence that was all around me. Then, all of a sudden, I stepped into a clearing. Sunlight beaming through the trees, and in the middle, an ancient-looking circle of stones. It wasn't very big, but it was indeed placed there by human hands. As I'm circling these rocks, I spot these funky symbols etched into them. Not gonna lie, it looked like some kind of bizarre alien tic-tac-toe game. And then I hear what sounds like people chatting in the distance. I'm standing there thinking, what is happening? It sounded ancient. I felt this weird energy. But that's what happened. The next strange thing that was part of this hike, I'm on this narrow trail, trees closing in like a tunnel, and I hear footsteps behind me, leaves crunching, but every time I stop, it stops. I turn, nothing. It's just me, my echoing footsteps, and this feeling of being watched. And then, off in the trees, I see a misty figure. I'm squinting, making sure that my mind's not playing tricks. But no, it's a shadowy somebody or something just standing there. I wanted to call out, but it was like my voice was gone. I started to take a step closer, and it was gone. I'm standing there with my heart racing, wondering what I just had a close encounter with. The last part of this particular hiking adventure, I'd set up camp by a stream and cooked up some beans out of a can, when I hear like this soft humming noise. And again, I'm like, what is that? I followed the sound to another clearing, but this time it was full of fireflies. If you've ever seen the synchronous fireflies of the Smokies, that's what it looked like. It looked like they were making these crazy patterns in the air. Then, in the same clearing, a deer wanders through. Not an average deer. This deer was blacker than black,
and its eyes were glowing. And the deer and I, we had this deep moment, locked eyes and all that, like the forest is putting on a show just for me. Somehow I managed to fall asleep, and when morning breaks, it's back to normal. I can hear birds chirping, leaves rustling in the trees. The stone circle's still there, but it looks benign and old, with the shadow figure and the whispers all gone, like some kind of bizarre dream. I packed up my camp, thinking the trail back home might not even be there, but thankfully it was. I can't explain the things that happened, but it felt like I crashed a secret party in the woods. Either I had some sort of weird hallucination, or Mother Nature is hiding some wild secrets. If you'd like to hear more stories, let me know. You won't believe the other things that have happened to me. Thanks again for reading my story, and I look forward to the show. Signed, Anonymous. Well, friends, I responded back to this anonymous listener, and they sent me another story. This time he writes, "Once more, I decided to take a solo hike in the woods. Right now, I get chills just thinking about it. I wandered into the woods thinking it's going to be a chill day of communing with nature. I couldn't have been more wrong. The air seemed thick, like walking through molasses, and the leaves were crunching under my feet a lot louder than they normally do. But then, somewhere off in the distance, I started hearing voices. Not just any voices, but voices that sounded like my Aunt Mary and my best friend Sarah, and once, even my own voice. What in the world was going on? So I start calling out, asking who's there. All I get back is this echo of my own voice. But it gets stranger. The voices start mimicking conversations I've had with people, laughing at inside jokes, and even bringing up embarrassing moments I thought were buried deep in my memory vault. I finally decided just to sit down and take a breather on a fallen log, thinking I'll figure out what's going on. But that's when the voices continued whispering. Secrets, personal stuff, like family skeletons and old crushes. It's like the woods turned into my therapist. And if that wasn't enough, I caught a glimpse of something moving between the trees, some kind of shadowy figure that would occasionally peek out. I tried to spot it, but it's like chasing smoke. I can see it out of the corner of my eye, but when I look directly at it, there's nothing there. I decided the best thing for me to do was to get out of there, and that's what I did. As I headed back to civilization at a steady clip, the voices faded away. It's like the woods knew that it had messed with my head long enough and decided to let me off the hook. I don't know what happened, and I'm not sure I want to. Maybe the woods have a secret society of their own, or maybe I just stumbled into some ghostly place. Either way, I don't think I'll be venturing back into the great unknown anytime soon, not alone anyway. So what do y'all think? Am I crazy, or did I stumble into a forest freak show? I can't wait to hear your comments. Signed, Anonymous. The Black Mass. Hi, Steve. So glad you've joined us here in New England. I have a story from my childhood that I'd like to share for your new show. During my childhood, I lived in a small town in Massachusetts that held great historical significance. It was the birthplace of the term Minutemen, which originated during the Revolutionary War. As I grew older, I learned from a friend who lived nearby that he'd seen Revolutionary War soldiers in the woods behind his house preparing for battle. When I was 3 years old, my mother and I moved into an apartment and were excited to have our own little space. I'm now 38 years old, but I vividly remember it all as if it happened yesterday. I remember having problems sleeping immediately after we moved in. I developed night terrors and would wake up in the middle of the night at the same time, 3 a.m., experiencing utter terror.
I was so young that I couldn't rationalize what was going on and would scream for my mother to get me and take me to her room. Every night at the same time, this happened. It'd be like I was woken up out of a sound sleep because of sheer terror and just had to get out of that room. In my mom's room, I would hear strange music coming from nowhere in the silence of the night and see bizarre flashing lights soaring around the room. It's a wonder I ever slept at all. Flash forward 2 years. At this point, I'm 5 years old. This one particular night, I went to bed and woke up, as you guessed it, at 3 a.m. So I'm just laying in bed, but only this time, I'm not screaming for my mother. I'm laying there waiting, as if something is going to happen. I can sense it in my soul. All of a sudden, in the pure silence of the night, I heard the knob turn and the door to my room opened. The door just glided extremely slowly across the carpeted floor. Something in my gut told me not to look. I knew if I looked, whatever I saw looking back at me would ruin me forever. So I just lay there, silently staring at the wall, while doing everything I could to avoid looking at the door. Suddenly, the door slammed shut, the clamorous noise echoing the darkness. I lay in fear and eventually, somehow, rocked myself to sleep. When I woke up the following morning, I immediately asked my mother if she'd gone in to check on me the previous night. She said no, because she had been asleep herself, probably ecstatic not to have been disturbed for once. The look of sheer terror on my face must have been one for the books, because someone or something definitely opened that door last night. I was wide awake. I know I was. I heard that door open and physically felt someone or something standing there looking at me. If it wasn't my mom, then who was it? It was just the two of us living there. I knew she wasn't lying. She was always honest with me. I try to forget this experience and go on with life. Now, my mom loved having fish tanks and all varieties of fish since we weren't allowed to have other pets where we lived. The fish would just keep dying. I know fish die, and it could be a coincidence, but my mom knew how to take care of them, and it was just odd how frequently it was happening. We came home one day, and all of them were dead. All of them. My mom just shrugged, said she had no idea what happened, and chalked it off to bacteria or something in the water. That's not what I think it was. I went to bed that night and woke up, you guessed it, at the same time, 3 a.m. I groggily looked over to my closet, which was directly across from my bed, and saw through the darkness a huge black shadow or black mass just hovering over the closet. This thing was massive and the blackest black I've ever seen to this day. I was paralyzed with fear and screamed for my mother, who rushed in to see what was wrong. And, to my horror, she saw it too. She hurriedly turned the light on, and the black mass still hovered over the closet. Looking back as an adult, I know how terrified she must have been. She didn't want me to be scared, though, and I commend her for this. So she just got in my bed with me, pulled the covers up over us both, and held me close until we finally fell asleep. I have no idea how long that thing hovered there. To this day, I have no idea what we saw that night or what was actually happening there. Whatever was there didn't seem to have any good intentions for us, and we ultimately moved not long after that terrifying night. It frightens me to think that something was actually watching me on all those sleepless nights and just preying on my innocence. Unfortunately, my mom is not with us anymore, but I asked her about that night about 15 years ago, and she remembered it vividly but could not explain it. I could tell she was uncomfortable talking about it, and she hurriedly changed the subject. I was hoping she said she didn't remember, so it could all be chalked up to my young, wild imagination. But her confirming that it happened chills me to the core to this day. If you ever find yourself in central Massachusetts, beware. You never know what might be watching you while you sleep. I hope you enjoy this story. Signed, Parker. Ouija board story. I bought this Ouija board when I was 19, so in the year of 2018. My friend and I saw it on Amazon for cheap and grabbed it because we were planning a trip to Centralia in Pennsylvania and thought we could use it there. Fast forward to about a week later, we end up in Centralia, and we're in a graveyard during sunset at the grave of a young girl named Jane. She was supposedly known as one of the first victims there, and I believe her uncle may have been responsible for what happened to her in the mines before the fires had started. We soon got a lot of activity after asking if Jane was there. The Ouija board answered that it was Jane, but almost every question it either spelled Jane or the number 7, with both the numbers or letters. We thought it was weird because we didn't understand what 7 had to do with anything. This went on for almost an hour until we said goodbye and thought to try our spirit box. The spirit box then kept yelling out the same thing over again, and soon after went completely silent and wouldn't work again until we left the cemetery. We thought nothing of it and went back home to Massachusetts the next day. We wanted to try it again to see if it was real or if we were scaring ourselves, so we went to the graveyard that my grandmother was buried in and tried to reach her. We did not mention her name or anything, so nothing could try and trick us. And we only got the same answers of Jane and the number 7 again. We closed out the session and drove to the closest McDonald's because it was only a mile away and we wanted to be somewhere where there was a lot of people. Curiosity kicked in and my friend opened the box to make sure we had put it away properly. And as she did that, my new 2016 Nissan Juke started to idle and the lights went crazy. To this day, until I traded in that car, my Juke would do that anytime it stopped, and it never did this before that day. We put it away and left it for a month or so in the trunk storage of my car. There is a place known as the Rocking Horse Graveyard in Massachusetts that we wanted to visit, and we have visited before. It's nothing scary, it's just people dropping off rocking horses, and the owner of the land moves them around in fun designs for a little girl that used to run a lemonade stand there. We've never had a scary experience here, but the Ouija board was still in my car. We went at night, so it was dark, and we both looked up and saw what we thought was a pole in the field, but then we both saw it move. I moved closer to get a better look in case it was someone that needed help. As I got closer, it disappeared completely in front of me, and we got too spooked to stay there. The next day, I was at work at 4 a.m., and I left around 12 to find out my brake lines were sliced and I couldn't use them. I don't know if that was because I was in a bad area or the Ouija board, but it still made me aware. That was the last time we noticed anything for a couple of months. I soon quit that job and worked with my sister, but we carpooled because she had car issues, so I moved into her apartment with her boyfriend and her young daughter. I had to empty my car because I was trying to trade it in, so I brought everything into the apartment. I didn't end up trading in that car yet, but I forgot everything from the car in my room at my sister's for a while. After about 3 days of the board being in their apartment, there was problems with their Xbox turning on and making strange noises at 3 a.m. on the dot. Every day, even if it was unplugged. My sister had also taken a picture of my niece while home alone, and in the background caught something standing very strangely in the hutch reflection behind. There was no TV or other person around at that time. The Xbox stopped doing that the day I moved out and took the board with me. I moved into my own place within the next couple months and obviously brought the board with me. Within the very first night, my kitchen cabinets would open and slam shut by themselves every time I shut off the lights for bed. This went on for months until my friend wanted to borrow the board because she was going back to Centralia with other friends. I stayed behind. I do not know experiences with the board in Pennsylvania this time, but she came back a week later, and one of her friends came up to visit from Florida. He didn't believe this thing would cause this much destruction, so he wanted to try it in his hotel room. Now, his hotel room was right next to a rock wall, where it was believed that someone was buried in, so we thought that would be a good spot. We played and got something very cheerful at first, until it started to spell out Jane and 7 again. Being curious, my friend broke out the spirit box again, while me and my Florida friend kept the board going. She was getting the exact same answers as we were. She put the spirit box away, and she put her hands back on the board, and it started going crazy, going back and forth. I know Zozo is the demon of the board, but that's all it was spelling, and I didn't believe it until that day. We quickly ended the session, and as we said goodbye, all the hangers in the closet went crazy, and my friend was too scared to stay in there alone, so I spent the night, and we did not sleep at all that night. My sister was throwing a Halloween party, and my friend had brought the board, and we thought it could be used as a prop, but we never touched the planchette to the board. It has been at my sister's house ever since, and nothing happened that night, but since that day, the new Xbox has been turning on and off again, and we've all seen things walking around the house. Things are happening to this day as we've opened the box for the first time since Halloween, and within minutes, my sister's bearded dragon's tank started to smoke from the lamp that has never happened in the years that they've had him. Signed, Anonymous. Hi Steve, this is AJK from the YouTube channel The Retrospective Vault. When I was a child, my parents divorced and they both remarried eventually, and my mother and I, along with my new stepfamily, moved to a new house. The house was located near a real nice subdivision named Buck Lake in northern Illinois. This place was a nice place to move to. It was out in the country and very quiet. There was also no shortage of children to run around the neighborhood with. This area had a pond and creek that ran into Buck Lake that was man-made by a small dam. People could fish, swim, and canoe on the lake, and even ice skate in the winter months. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary at first. I don't remember how long I'd been living in the house when I had my first encounter. I woke up one night, and I could look out my bedroom door down the hall and into the kitchen. There stood 2 ghostly-looking figures next to the refrigerator. A third orb-looking thing was racing real fast around the soup tureen on top of the refrigerator. At my age and height, I thought the refrigerator was tall. The one ghostly figure standing next to the fridge was strangely contorted. It looked like it was bent in an awkward position. After that incident, I never slept with the bedroom door open. I don't understand why that house was haunted, but I could only guess. Either the previous owners invited them in, or the land around the area is cursed. Strange occurrences would happen to things in my room. I had a snow globe that was knocked over on the floor, which broke it. I would wake up with scratches on my body, and my mother would ask if I'd been playing rough with the dog. Another time, I was in my room, but thankfully not alone in the house. I had a mirror that hung over my dresser drawers that reflected in the hallway outside my bedroom. A small pitch-black figure walked past my room in the hallway. It was short, maybe 3 feet tall. It was holding what looked like a stick with a chicken egg on the end of it. It scared me real bad, and I ran to the other side of the house where all the adults were. I don't know what was worse, seeing ghosts and being scared, or nobody believing me when I told them what I'd seen. As time went on, we moved to another house in town, and I could walk to school. I didn't see anything in the new house. It wouldn't be until years later as an adult that I would experience paranormal activity again. To be continued? Thanks, AJK, for sending that in, and absolutely, feel free to send us more stories of your personal encounters. That brings us to the end of our first episode of Midnight Mailbox, featuring your paranormal stories and strange encounters. Are you someone who's experienced the unexplainable, the eerie, or the downright mysterious? Have you, dear listener, ever had a paranormal encounter that sent shivers down your spine? If so, we want to hear from you for future episodes. We invite you to share your personal paranormal experiences. Email your stories to midnightmailbox13@gmail.com. This podcast aims to create a space where individuals from all walks of life can come together to share their unexplained encounters with the supernatural. Whether you've encountered ghosts, UFOs, cryptids, or anything else that defies rational explanation, we want to hear your story. Your first-hand experiences can be a source of intrigue, inspiration, and even comfort for those who may have had similar encounters. Thank you for being a part of this thrilling journey into the world of the paranormal. We can't wait to listen to your spooky tales. Stay safe out there. I'm Steve Stockton, and I'll talk to you next time. Tell your animals I said hi.
And there you go. Send your creepy encounters to Midnight Mailbox 13 at gmail.com. Hope you enjoyed those creepy stories there. How's everybody doing? It's 1:41 in the AM here on the East Coast, New England. Got some more people join us here. Anna Hurst, how you doing? Wanda, hello to you. Anna Hurst, I want to thank you for being a channel member. Appreciate that. Excuse me. There's something in my throat here. All this wacky weather and rain and stuff. That's why my hair looks like this. Gina Jacobs from Botswana. How you doing? Leah's still here. 7:40 in the morning. They're in Africa. Is anybody else wondering? I don't think so. VCR 12. Let's see you. All right. Well, I got another video or two here I'm going to play for you. Fell asleep earlier after supper. That's why I'm up this late this time. I'm kind of an insomniac anyway. I've been pretty much insomniac all my life. Sleep a little bit better now that I'm married and here in New England and stuff. And then that's probably going to come to an end when the baby gets here. So I don't know. There's one thing I read said newly newborns, sleep anywhere from 20 to 22 hours a day, but he's still going to wake up and will be fed and stuff. So excited. Can't wait. Let me play something else here for you. Let's see. Speaking of New England, let's take a little trip to the White Mountains of New Hampshire, not far from where I sit right now. So enjoy this, and I'll be back with you in a few minutes. Thanks for being here, everybody. I'll talk to you soon.
Deep in the rugged wilderness of New Hampshire lie the White Mountains, a place of breathtaking natural beauty, but also home to unexplained occurrences and spine-tingling legends that have been whispered around campfires for generations. From terrifying encounters with supernatural beasts lurking in the ancient forest, to reports of strange disappearances on the mountain trails, to sightings of mysterious apparitions inhabiting abandoned settlements, the White Mountains harbor dark secrets waiting to be unearthed. So join us as we venture into this haunted landscape to uncover just a few of the bizarre tales and eerie bits of folklore that have become woven into the very fabric of these ancient peaks and valleys. Prepare to delve into a realm where the supernatural and the paranormal meet, where the line of reality blurs and things become frighteningly uncertain. Are you brave enough to confront the strange tales from the White Mountains? Let's walk and see. Number 1. The hidden White Mountains Ghost Town. Located within the White Mountain National Forest lies a hidden ghost town that thrived in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, known for its bustling logging industry. Livermore, situated about 16 miles northwest of North Conway, New Hampshire, boasted typical small-town amenities such as a sawmill, a school, a town hall, and many homesteads. Its name was derived from Samuel Livermore, a New Hampshire senator who had family ties to the two Boston lawyers who first established the logging operation. With a population of between 160 to 200 lumberjacks and their families at its peak, Livermore's success was short-lived. Like many other logging towns in the area, it fell victim to deforestation,
floods, fires, and eventually the closure of its mills in 1928. By the 1950s, Livermore had become a forgotten ghost town with only 2 permanent residents according to the 2020 census. For those curious enough to seek out this abandoned town, one must venture west on Route 302 into the White Mountain National Forest before turning onto Sawyer River Road. Signs for the Sawyer River Trail will lead hikers on a moderate 1.5-mile hike along an old dirt road through the woods. The journey may be challenging, but well worth it, as the remains of Livermore peek out from under fallen leaves and trees. Visitors may spot stone remnants, skeletal foundations, and brick structures that once made up this thriving community. It's a haunting thought to consider if one day your own hometown might become a ghost town as well. For safety reasons, we recommend parking at the lot located at the beginning of Sawyer River Road on Route 302. While driving further is possible if the gate is open, conditions may not be suitable for all drivers. Either way, a visit to Livermore is sure to give visitors an eerie feeling while also offering a unique glimpse into history. And now to Crawford Notch, New Hampshire, and the tragic tale of Nancy Barton. Picture Crawford Notch in late autumn of 1778. The promise of snowy nights to come whispers through the wind that rushes through these mountain passes. At a property owned by Colonel Joseph Whipple in Jefferson, New Hampshire, 2 young employees have fallen deeply in love. Nancy Barton, a headstrong servant, and Jim Swindell, a farmhand. With plans to marry in mind, Nancy entrusted her dowry to Jim and traveled to Portsmouth to secure housing for their new life together. During her absence, however, Colonel Whipple convinced Jim to abandon his marriage plans and join the colonists fighting for independence from British rule. Now, upon learning of her fiancé's betrayal, Nancy raced back to Crawford Notch in hopes of stopping him. But when she arrived, she found that Jim and the Colonel had already taken off and had taken her dowry with them. Heartbroken but determined, Nancy ignored the advice of her neighbors to stay put and set off on foot with few possessions, following a 30-mile snowy trail in pursuit of the 2 men. After 20 miles, Nancy stumbled upon the remains of their campfire. Despite the freezing cold, she pushed onward until she came across a frozen brook. Driven mad by love and determination, Nancy attempted to cross the icy water, but fell in, soaking her skirts. Sadly, this mistake proved fatal for Nancy. Concerned neighbors who followed her footsteps later found her sitting on a rock by the edge of the brook, frozen to death. News of Nancy's tragic death drove Jim insane with guilt. Not long after, he passed away in a psychiatric hospital. Today, it's believed that Nancy's final resting place is high on a riverbank north of Nancy Brook. Her grave is marked by a simple pile of stones among tall trees. It's best to visit on a warm fall day when the leaves are falling and the sounds of Nancy Brook can be heard nearby. But don't venture into these woods alone. Hikers have reported hearing laughter, screams, and heart-wrenching crying in the woods along Nancy's Brook. Nancy's gravesite is located on private property belonging to the historic Notchland Inn, just off Route 302 in Crawford Notch. If you plan on visiting, please call ahead and ask for permission from the innkeepers. They're very knowledgeable about the history of the area and can give you directions to Nancy's grave, as well as a small graveyard on the property where other notable figures from the White Mountains are buried. The walk to Nancy's gravesite is less than a quarter mile through mild to moderate forest terrain, suitable for most adventurers. For those looking for a longer hike, you can choose to trek to Nancy Cascades, a roughly 4.9-mile round-trip journey ending at a picturesque waterfall. Please note that this option involves stream crossings and is only partially marked, so it may not be suitable for beginning hikers. Next, we have the story of the burning lamp at the Russell Colbath House, Passaconaway, New Hampshire. As one of the most beautiful roads in the White Mountains, many travelers make their way along the Kancamagus Highway. Those passing through the once bustling town of Passaconaway, New Hampshire, may notice a lone structure standing amidst the surrounding woodland, the Russell Colbath House. built in 1832. This modest home is the only original building left in Passaconaway. Curious visitors wondering why it still stands deep within the White Mountain National Forest need not look any further than the tragic tale of Ruth Colbath. One fateful night in 1891, Ruth's husband Thomas set out from their farm to run some errands. However, he never returned that evening or even the next day. Weeks turned into months, and months turned into years with no sign of Thomas. For 39 long years, a devoted and anxious Ruth waited for her husband's return, placing a lit oil lamp in the window as a guide. Sadly, she passed away at the age of 80 in 1930, still waiting faithfully for her beloved spouse. Now, it wasn't until 3 years after her death that Thomas finally showed up with no explanation for his extended absence. Some speculate that he wandered off and got lost, while others believe he headed west to seek his fortune during the gold rush, although he was a little bit too late for that. Regardless of the reason, Ruth's unwavering dedication remains a testament to true love that possibly even reaches beyond the grave. On the property, there's a small cemetery where Ruth is laid to rest. If you wish to visit, you're reminded to tread softly and respectfully, and it would be wise to do so. There have been claims from passers-by on dark nights of seeing Ruth's lamp glowing in the window, trying to guide her husband Thomas back home. And there's even been reports of a ghostly figure seen staring out the window. The Russell Colbath House can be found on the Kankamogus Highway, about 12 miles west of Passaconaway. Visitors can explore the grounds and cemetery all year round, and the half-mile ADA-friendly Rail and River Trail is also available. There's a $5 fee to park, which can be paid in cash on site, and the property is part of the National Register of Historic Places. Next, we have the haunting of the Omni Mount Washington Hotel in Bretton Woods, New Hampshire. Now, the White Mountains has a rich history of grand resort hotels, one of which is the famous Omni Mount Washington Hotel. Its red roof and breathtaking view of Mount Washington makes it a sight to behold. Oh, the countless tales that can be shared by the many guests who have walked in its halls, sipped drinks on the veranda, and possibly encountered otherworldly beings. Built in 1902 by Joseph Stickney, the Mount Washington Hotel stands as a testament to his vision. Although he passed away shortly after its completion, his wife Carolyn continued to spend summers at the hotel. Carolyn eventually passed away at her home in Rhode Island, but since then, eerie occurrences have been reported by guests and employees surrounding her suite. Brave visitors who have stayed in room 314, also known as the Princess Room, have experienced strange phenomena such as lights flickering on and off, objects moving mysteriously, and catching whiffs of a sweet floral perfume in the middle of the night. The room still contains Carolyn's bed for guest use, and some have claimed to see the ghost of a woman sitting at its edge. While Carolyn may have never left her beloved hotel, she is said to be a friendly ghost who wants others to enjoy their stay as well. If you're interested in learning more about this hotel's history, ask the front desk about taking a guided tour. You may even hear about other spirits who call the Omni Mount Washington Hotel their eternal home. Now, we have the macabre history of the Wiley House, also in Crawford Notch State Park, New Hampshire. Now, if you're traveling through Crawford Notch State Park, make sure to stop at the Wiley House Historic Site for a bathroom break, some ice cream, or a great view of the immense rock walls on either side of the road. But next time, park and visit for a different reason. Near the stairs stands a small monument marking the tragic events that occurred on August 28, 1826. Ethan Crawford, a well-known figure in the region, purchased the Wiley House, then known as the Old Notch House, in 1823, with plans to turn it into an inn for guests using his mountain guide services. Despite its location at the base of rocky cliffs and jumbles, Samuel Wiley, his wife Polly, and their 5 children moved into the house in the fall of 1825. Surrounded by majestic peaks and breathtaking nature, one can imagine the Wileys living a peaceful but rugged life. However, life in the mountains is sometimes unpredictable. In June of 1826, a rock slide narrowly missed their home. Thankfully, they were unharmed, but luck was not on their side for long. On the night of August 28, 1826, a heavy rainstorm triggered another massive rock slide. The noise and vibrations woke up the Wileys and two hired hands who were staying with them. In fear, they fled from their home, but straight into the path of the slide. All 9 people were crushed to death under enormous rocks. In a strange twist of fate, the house itself was spared from destruction by the rock slide. The giant boulders had veered left and right above the house and then came back together below, continuing on their destructive path. The following day, neighbors, including Ethan Crawford, went to check on the house and found it abandoned with belongings scattered, indicating that everyone had left in a hurry. Over the next few days, they recovered 6 of the bodies, but 3 of the Wiley children were never found and remain buried beneath the rocks to this day. Interestingly, this tragedy sparked an influx of visitors to the region, with artists like Thomas Cole and writers such as Nathaniel Hawthorne documenting the site of destruction. Crawford's homestead also suffered great damage during the storm, but thanks to the surge in tourism, he was able to repair his home and build a new Notch house at the northern end of the Notch. It opened for business in 1829. The Wiley house came under new ownership in 1845 when Horace Fabian converted it into a 50-bed hotel. But eventually, a fire in 1899 and nature itself reclaimed the site of the devastation. Now all that remains is the marker and nearby Mount Wiley, which is named after the lost family. During peak summer season, you can visit the Wiley House Visitor Center in Crawford Notch State Park. However, all buildings are closed for the season starting on October 15. Check the New Hampshire State Park's website for updates and more information. The stone marker is accessible year-round. And now, a historic marker at the site of an alleged alien abduction in Lincoln, New Hampshire. On the evening of September 19, 1961, Betty and Barney Hill were returning home to Portsmouth, New Hampshire after a vacation in Montreal. As they drove south on Route 3, they both noticed a strange light in the sky that seemed to be following their car. Now, they eventually pulled over as the light got closer and an object began to take shape. The couple suddenly lost consciousness, and when they came to, they couldn't account for several hours of their journey. Years later, under hypnosis, they revealed details of being abducted by creatures aboard a UFO. This event sparked a fascination with aliens that continues to this day. Regardless of what you believe, their story remains one of the most intriguing tales of the White Mountains. Interested visitors can see the historic marker at the Indian Head Resort on Route 3 in Lincoln. And also, in Crawford Notch State Park, we have the Pet Cemetery. Just off the half-mile loop trail around Saco Lake in Crawford Notch State Park lies a small, unmarked pet cemetery. The exact origins of this somber spot are unknown, but is believed to have been started by locals who loved their furry companions and wanted to honor them in the great beyond. The cemetery is a peaceful place, surrounded by tall trees and the sounds of nature. It's not uncommon to see visitors taking a moment to pay their respects to these beloved pets. While it may seem eerie at first glance, the cemetery adds an element of mystery and wonder to this already beautiful area. After visiting the pet cemetery, it's recommended that you take a short hike up to Elephant Head or Mount Willard for stunning views of the surrounding mountains and valleys. For more outdoor recreation options in Crawford Notch, stop by the AMC Highland Center, just down the road from Saco Lake. The friendly staff can offer recommendations for hikes, scenic drives, and other activities in the area. Tell them Steve Stockton sent you. While you're there, don't forget to take some time to simply soak in the natural beauty of Crawford Notch State Park. With its rugged cliffs, cascading waterfalls, and abundant wildlife, it's no wonder this area has captured the hearts of visitors for centuries. As we wrap up this exploration of the mysterious and eerie places of New Hampshire, it's important to keep in mind that these are real locations that hold special significance for many people. Whether it's a place of historical importance, natural wonder, or just a spooky legend, these spots should be treated with the utmost respect and caution. If you do decide to visit any of these locations I've mentioned, remember to always follow proper etiquette. This includes obtaining permission before entering private property and being respectful of any rules or regulations at public sites. Some sites may be closed to visitors or have restricted areas, so make sure to obey any posted signs. Also, keep in mind that some of these places may be located in hard-to-reach remote or secluded areas. Always take precautions, such as dressing appropriately for the weather, bringing necessary supplies such as water and snacks, and letting someone know where you're going and when you plan on returning. Lastly, have fun exploring these rumored, haunted, and strange spots, but remember to leave no trace. Whether it's an abandoned building or a natural area, always clean up after yourself and preserve the environment for future visitors. Happy exploring. Well, friends, there you have it. What do you think of these strange places in the White Mountains of New Hampshire? I look forward to your comments, but please be friendly and respectful. If there's an area you'd like to see us cover, mention it in the comments. In the meanwhile, be good to yourselves and each other. Stay safe out there. As for me, I'll see you a little further on down the trail. I'm Steve Stockton, and I'll talk to you next time. And please tell your pets I said hi. Well, what do you think about that? The White Mountains of New Hampshire, like I said, not too far from where I sit here in Massachusetts. Still 37 of you in here hanging out. Got a couple more videos. A little after 2 a.m. here on the East Coast. I'll probably stick around another hour or so. But yeah, Lovey Love, I've got a baby on the way. He'll be here. The projected due date is September 9, but I think he's going to be here before that. That's 5 weeks and 2 days. But I think he's going to be here, give him about 4 weeks, a little over 4 weeks maybe. I can't wait to meet him. But now from New Hampshire, let's go all the way across the country, Portland, Oregon. I lived there for about 10 years. Portland's City of the Dead. There's a mausoleum there called Wilhelm's that got all kinds of tales about it. So let's venture over there, give you an original photo essay. Yeah, the Massachusetts people here in the Granite State, I think. Yeah, I get that a lot of times. You're not from here, are you? No, I'm not. Grew up down south. Born and raised in East Tennessee. Then when I was around 40, went to Florida for about 3 years, then moved to Las Vegas, then to Portland, then to a little town called St. Helens, Oregon. If you've ever seen the Halloween Town movies, that's where they were filmed. And then also Bella's house, the exterior from the Twilight movies, is in St. Helens. And then went from there to the high desert in New Mexico, lived there for about a year, and then moved here to Massachusetts and got married last July. So love it. Love New England. A lot of history here. A lot of creepy and spooky places that I'm going to be exploring as time permits. But now let's go visit Wilhelm's Mausoleum and Crematorium in Portland, Oregon. I'll see you right after this. This one's kind of short, I think. See you in a little bit.
In southeast Portland, Oregon, tucked away in the sleepy Sellwood neighborhood and just a stone's throw from the antique stores, coffee shops, brew pubs, art galleries, and tiny eateries, stands Wilhelm's Portland Memorial Mausoleum. Wilhelm's compound covers over 2.5 city blocks, with some of the buildings soaring to an impressive 8 stories tall. The back of the tallest building features the largest outdoor mural in the western United States. A full-service facility started as a family business in 1901, Wilhelms also boasts a funeral chapel and crematory, which just happens to be the oldest crematory west of the Mississippi River. Among the amenities in this fine establishment, one can find stained glass windows from Tiffany, Povey, and Gerlich, a veritable heavenly host of carved angels and cherubim, and dozens of other religious statuary. The most breathtaking statue is easily a full-size exact replica of Michelangelo's famous Pietà, weighing in at over 7,000 pounds and lifted into place using a crane in 1969. It's made from marble quarried from the very same source in Italy that Michelangelo used. But back to the mausoleum. And referring to it as a mausoleum is akin to referring to the Queen Mary as a boat. The mausoleum at Wilhelms is the largest on the West Coast and contains the remains of over 90,000 people, with room for at least another 40,000 more. It's truly a necropolis, a veritable city of the dead. Under normal circumstances, Wilhelms is closed to the general public 364 days per year. But on that one remaining day, Memorial Day, Wilhelms opened the gates to one and all. Not meaning to sound facetious here, but it literally becomes a sort of Disneyland of the dead. There are tours of both the guided and self-guided varieties, a vintage car show, an authentic Scottish bagpipe band, special ceremonies, and even refreshments. It's such an odd feeling to see entire families strolling through the mausoleum and taking in the sights while munching on popcorn and cookies. Add in the occasional strains of carnivalesque music that filters in from Oaks Amusement Park, which sits just behind Wilhelms on the other side of a wildlife refuge on the banks of the Willamette River, and you have the most surreal juxtaposition imaginable. Inside, the mausoleum is like a strange combination of the Winchester Mystery House and the catacombs underneath the streets of Paris. The labyrinth of hallways, nooks, crannies, and rooms, both big and small, boggles the mind. Be sure and bring your walking shoes. On the day that I visited, I logged over 4 miles, according to the pedometer on my phone, and yet I still didn't see everything on all floors. And while there were hundreds of visitors there that day, it was not uncommon to travel through entire sections of the mausoleum without seeing another soul, not a living one anyway. There are spots that feel off in the mausoleum where the creep factor increases by several fold. The complex is not without its own legends of the occasional sightings of ghosts, including a disappearing cat and a wispy mist-like figure that has often been reported at the base of one of the marble staircases. At one point, I thought I was observing some sort of strange apparition at the end of a darkened hallway, but on closer inspection, turned out to be a couple of teenage goth kids dressed head to toe in black and locked in the tryst of a heavy makeout section. From what I hear, this is a somewhat common occurrence for those who appreciate the darker things in life, or death, I suppose. There is a persistent melancholy about the place, as one would expect. Even with all the beautiful stained glass and loving memorials, one can't help but feel a certain sadness amongst all the dead. There's a particular pall that hangs over the children's areas that is very, very sad indeed. Most amazing is the sheer number of cremation urns on display. There are literally thousands of them, if not tens of thousands, ranging from the very simple and understated to the decadently ornate and beautiful. The urns are all set into little alcoves or niches resembling bookcases. Behind glass to prevent theft or vandalism, which apparently is a real concern, many of the urns are displayed with photos of those whose ashes rest within. It gives one such a strange feeling to know that all that is left of the person staring back at you from the antique photograph is locked inside the container just behind. Another attraction on Memorial Day is the opening of the Ray Crypt, located just outside the main entrance and separate from the rest of the mausoleum. Open for only 90 minutes on this one day per year, guests line up by the hundreds to walk through the heavy bronze doors and into the tomb. Inside, in coffins made of solid bronze and resting in matching marble sarcophagi, are the remains of lumber baron George Ray and his second wife, Elizabeth. Steeped in scandal and family infighting, the full story of the Rays and their fabulous tomb can be read about in the book Whispers from the Ray Room by curious Portlander Roy Whitting, who spent years delving into the family's secrets. Amongst the hand-hammered copper and carved marble figurines, one has the feeling of being in the presence of royalty. The Wilhelms staff estimate that to construct such an ornate tomb in today's world would cost well beyond the $1 million mark. At the back of the crypt, there's an ornate stained glass panel of a mountain, apparently Mount Hood, which bears the puzzling inscription, "The End of a Perfect Day." I'm not sure if this is merely a sweet sentiment or the hint at something perhaps more sinister. There's a link to Whitting's book about the Rays and their fabulous tomb in the description, and also more information about Wilhelms. If you happen to be in Portland, Oregon on Memorial Day, the visit to Wilhelms and their City of the Dead is simply a must-see. In closing, I'll leave you with a quote from William Cullen Bryant's classic poem, Thanatopsis, which I find particularly fitting after a day spent among these folks in their eternal slumber. So live, that when thy summons comes to join the innumerable caravan which moves to that mysterious realm, where each shall take his chamber in the silent halls of death, thou go not like the quarry slave at night, scourged to his dungeon, but sustained and soothed by an unfaltering trust. Approach thy grave like one who wraps the drapery of his couch about him and lies down to pleasant dreams.
Yeah, thank you for watching. Indeed. What do you think about that? They're in Portland, Oregon, in the Selwood neighborhood. Wilhelms Portland Memorial. It's a gorgeous place, and yeah, it's open to the public on Memorial Day. Any other time, I think you're supposed to have a relative or a friend or something there before you can get in, but that day it's open for everybody. They go all out on Memorial Day. Went there a few times when I lived in Portland, but it's very, very gorgeous and sprawling, and it's easy to spend a lot of time wandering around in there. Like I said, take your walking shoes. I walked over 4 miles on one visit there, and still didn't see everything, but it's really worth it. And the nature preserve there that runs behind it along the Willamette River. That's a lot of hiking and great places back in there too. Very unusual. But I loved my time in Portland. Portland not the same now as it was just even a few years ago. It's especially downtown. Downtown's gone downhill a lot, but there's a lot of quirky areas in Portland. On Hawthorne Boulevard, a lot of cool little shops, and all over the city there's little eateries and mom and pop coffee shops and art galleries and antique stores, and it's a quirky place. Keep Portland weird is their slogan. I think they borrowed that from Austin, Texas. I think Austin was the first place that had the Keep Austin Weird campaign, but Portland's up there too. But if you're ever in the area, check it out. And natural immunity there, I saw you requesting Canyonlands National Park, Utah. I've been through there. That's an impressive place. It's also International Dark Sky Park. You can do some wonderful, wonderful stargazing there. And there's stories of ghost horses there, ghost Mustangs. So maybe I do need to cover that one. I'll put that on my list of stuff. But that's another one if you're out. I'd love the Southwest too, and course, Utah is not really south. That's Pacific, kind of Pacific Northwest. I don't know. It kind of depends. Kind of, yeah. I've been to Asheville, Boone. I used to live in Mountain City, Tennessee, and it wasn't too far out of Boone, North Carolina. I used to go up there and hang out some. Appalachian states up there, but I didn't live up there very long. I said I grew up in East Tennessee, Oak Ridge, Knoxville, that area. But Mountain City is way up there in the northeastern tip of Tennessee. If you needed anything substantial, you had to go to Johnson City, or you could go the other direction and go into Boone. And yet another direction, you go into over into Virginia, and I think of the little town there, Abingdon, where the Barter Theater is, and then across the street from that, the Martha Washington Inn. It's very, very haunted, very active. Had some strange experiences at the Martha Washington. But I'm traveled. I like to get out and go places and see things. And I'm in an area where there's, excuse me, paranormal, supernatural stuff. I'll always check that out too. Kind of a little bit of dark tourism there. Well, let's see. It's 17 after 2 here on the East Coast. Let's watch something else here. Let me let go ships. Let's do this. Is something my wife wrote. Let me go ahead and put this up here. And I think you'll enjoy this. I'll see you after this one. I think this is about 20 minutes long. I'll see you after this one. Here you go, everybody. Thanks for sticking around. See you in a little bit.
Hello, friends. Steve Stockton here with you. Welcome to our latest episode. Today, we're going to be talking about ghost ships and the disappearances surrounding them. Now, the vast expanse of our oceans fascinates us, but it also brings fear and unease. Many ships have sailed these waters and vanished without a trace. Abandoned or ghost ships drifting aimlessly are eerie reminders of the ocean's power and hidden secrets. For generations, the mysterious disappearances of ships and crew members have intrigued maritime enthusiasts, historians, and mystery lovers. In this video, we will uncover the intriguing tales of 5 ships that disappeared without a trace or were discovered deserted, with no indication of what happened to the crew. The mysterious disappearances and peculiar circumstances surrounding each incident puzzle investigators and captivate individuals worldwide. Join me. Let's walk and see. First up, we have the Octavia. In January 1775, the Octavia set sail from Norway to Greenland with a crew of 28 sailors and some passengers, including scientists and explorers. Despite being a routine voyage, the vessel's fate became one of that time's most fascinating and enigmatic maritime tales. The ship was under the skilled leadership of Captain Tobias Olofsson, an experienced sailor known for his navigation abilities and strong leadership. The Octavia was found adrift off the coast of Greenland on February 11, 1775. Despite the intact condition of the ship and its sails, the crew and passengers were nowhere to be found. A search party discovered a piece of paper with a chilling message written by Captain Olofsson. Quote, "I'm on the verge of perishing. My 2 companions are dead of cold. I shall endeavor to hold out to the last." End quote. Unfortunately, no additional details were provided about the fate of the others on board. As the search party continued investigating the abandoned ship, they found the Octavia's logbook, which had been well kept until shortly before their arrival. The last entry was made on February 8, 1775, and it was a routine report of the ship's location and weather conditions. There was no evidence of any foul play, violence, or panic on board. The ship's provisions, such as food and fresh water, were still plentiful, and the passengers' belongings remained untouched.
People have been perplexed by the unexplained vanishing of the Octavia's crew and passengers for centuries. Historians and maritime enthusiasts alike have proposed various theories, but they've yet to be confirmed. Given the frigid conditions off the coast of Greenland, it is possible that the crew and passengers succumbed to the cold. However, this theory fails to explain why the vessel was abandoned or why the note from Captain Olofsson was left behind. An illness outbreak, such as scurvy or an unknown contagion, could have incapacitated or killed the crew and passengers. This theory, however, fails to account for the lack of evidence of illness found on board or any mention of sickness in the logbook. Despite no signs of violence or struggle, some speculate that pirates may have attacked the Octavia, taking the crew and passengers captive. However, it would be unusual for pirates to leave behind a fully stocked, seaworthy ship. Without concrete evidence, some have turned to supernatural explanations for the Octavia's mysterious fate. Tales of ghost ships and cursed voyages have long been a part of maritime lore, and the Octavia's mysterious disappearance continues to fuel such speculation. Although technology and marine knowledge have improved, investigators still cannot determine the fate of the Octavia, captivating the curiosity of those of us fascinated by the unknown. Next up, we have the MV Joyita. Constructed in Seattle, Washington in 1931 as a lavish yacht, the MV Joyita is a famous shipwreck that has captivated people's interest for years. During World War II, the ship was purchased by the United States Navy and utilized as a patrol boat in the Pacific region. The 69-foot-long vessel was made of wood. Following the war, the MV Joyita was sold to a private individual who transformed it into a commercial fishing boat. It mainly operated in the waters surrounding Samoa, a Pacific island nation. The vessel was famous for being robust and capable of quickly navigating the sea, and it was a common sight along the local fishermen and villagers. On October 3, 1955, the MV Joyita set sail from Apia, Samoa, with 16 people on board, including passengers and crew members such as Captain Tom Miller, a doctor, a government official, and some Samoan natives. Their destination was the Tokelau Islands, located 270 miles to the north. The MV Joyita was expected to reach its destination in about 48 hours, but had yet to arrive. Despite several days of searching, a New Zealand Air Force plane located the ship floating in the open ocean, over 600 miles off course and over 500 miles from where it was supposed to go. The ship was tilted to one side with no visible passengers or crew. In spite of the launch of a search and rescue operation, the missing people were never found. The MV Joyita was later towed back to Apia for inspection by investigators. The ship was severely damaged, with disabled communication equipment and missing life rafts. There's no evidence of any violent or malicious activity on board, though. Various explanations have been proposed for what transpired, including piracy, mutiny, and even a supernatural occurrence, but none have been proven to be the definitive cause. Some experts believe that the ship was damaged by a severe storm, which caused it to lose power and drift for several days before finally being spotted by the search plane. Others suggest that the ship may have been the victim of a structural failure, such as a hull leak or an engine room malfunction. The MV Joyita's vanishing is a perplexing maritime enigma that is yet to be explained. This occurrence still captivates and intrigues investigators, history enthusiasts, and the public, generating numerous books, documentaries, and other forms of media. And now we have the Lady Lovibond. For centuries, the tale of the Lady Lovibond has been one of the most fascinating legends of the high seas. It tells the story of love, betrayal, and tragedy that has captured the imaginations of sailors and storytellers alike. The Lady Lovibond was a 120-foot, three-masted schooner built in 1784 by John Perry of Whitby, England. In February 1748, the Lady Lovibond departed from London for a typical journey to Portugal. The vessel carried Simon Lovibond and his newlywed wife Annette, who had only been married for a few days. Additionally, the crew consisted of experienced sailors. Legend has it that the ship was headed toward the Goodwin Sands near the coast of Kent when a crew member, driven by jealousy, intentionally directed the vessel toward the dangerous sands. The ship was destroyed, and unfortunately, everyone on board perished. The story of the Lady Lovibond has been retold in many books, songs, and films, but it takes work to discern fact from fiction. No records of the ship being wrecked on the Goodwin Sands in 1748 exist, and no official reports of the incident exist. Some theories suggest that the vessel may have been wrecked on the Goodwin Sands, but the authorities kept it hidden for unknown reasons. Others think the legend was created to excite an otherwise uneventful trip.
The story of Lady Lovibond still intrigues sailors and storytellers globally, regardless of its authenticity. The vessel has become a representation of love, tragedy, and the perils of the sea. And now, the Orang Medan. In 1947, a ghost ship named the Orang Medan was found floating near the Indonesian coastline. The crew was discovered deceased, with their eyes open and faces frozen in fear. The radio operator was also found deceased, with his hand on the Morse code key, sending an incomprehensible message. Other ships nearby reported witnessing this eerie occurrence. For decades, the story of the Orang Medan has been widely shared, particularly among people interested in maritime mysteries and paranormal phenomena. However, some have questioned its credibility due to inconsistencies, unverified information in the story, and lack of concrete evidence to support it. Furthermore, the absence of any known photographs or physical evidence of the ship or its crew makes it challenging to verify the story. There is no clear explanation for what might have caused the crew's deaths. While some have suggested that the ship might have been carrying dangerous cargo, no evidence supports this theory. Others have suggested that the crew might have been exposed to toxic gases or other environmental hazards, but again, no concrete evidence supports this idea. The story of the Orang Medan is a fascinating and mysterious tale that's captured people's interest worldwide. It has been the subject of numerous books, articles, and documentaries, leading to endless theories and speculations about what happened to the crew. And lastly, we have the Mary Celeste. In 1872, the Mary Celeste, a well-known merchant ship, was found abandoned and drifting in the Atlantic Ocean. For over 100 years, people have been captivated by the mystery surrounding what happened to its crew and making one of the most intriguing mysteries in maritime history. The Mary Celeste was constructed in 1861 at Spencer's Island, Nova Scotia, Canada, and was initially called the Amazon. This vessel was a 103-foot brigantine with 2 masts for transporting lumber, coal, and other merchandise. It switched ownership multiple times before being acquired by an American entrepreneur named Benjamin Briggs in 1872. Briggs was a skilled sailor who had led various vessels before, including the Dei Gratia, the same ship that discovered the Mary Celeste adrift in the Atlantic. He intended to utilize the Mary Celeste to convey industrial alcohol from New York to Genoa, Italy. On December 7, 1872, the Mary Celeste departed from New York with a crew of 7, including Briggs' wife and 2-year-old daughter. Everything went smoothly until December 4th, when the Dei Gratia, a ship en route to Gibraltar, saw the Mary Celeste floating approximately 600 miles west of the Azores. When the crew of the Dei Gratia came upon the Mary Celeste, they discovered that it was sailing irregularly and seemed to be deserted. Upon boarding the ship, they discovered no trace of Briggs' family or the crew. However, they did find the ship's logbook, various documents, and ample supplies of food and water that had been stored on board for 6 months. The Mary Celeste had damaged its rigging and sails, but there was no sign of any struggle or violence on board. The ship's lifeboat was missing, but was later found adrift nearby. There was also evidence that the crew had left the boat quickly, and some personal belongings, such as pipes and tobacco, were left behind. Investigators have been puzzled by the discovery of the Mary Celeste, adrift and abandoned for over a century. Despite numerous theories to explain the crew's fate, none have been proven. Some argue that pirates or a rogue wave may have caused the attack, while others believe that the crew may have been afflicted by fumes from the industrial alcohol they were transporting. Additionally, some have suggested that the crew may have mutinied or left the ship for an unknown reason. One widely accepted theory about the ship's tragic incident is that the crew got scared due to a faulty pump that caused water to enter the vessel. According to this theory, the crew might have panicked and left the ship thinking it would sink despite no immediate threat. Another theory is that the crew may have been the victims of foul play, possibly at the hands of Briggs himself. Some have suggested that Briggs killed his family and crew and abandoned the ship to escape prosecution to start a new life. The mystery of the Mary Celeste remains unsolved, and it's doubtful that we will ever know what happened to the crew. Despite numerous theories, none have been substantiated, and it remains one of the most perplexing mysteries to date. In conclusion, ghost ships can result from tragic accidents or intentional abandonment due to piracy, smuggling, or illegal activities. While some of these mysteries have been solved, others remain unsolved. These abandoned vessels, devoid of any crew or human activity, are a reminder of the sea's immense power and the secrets beneath its surface. Well, folks, there you have it. What do you think of these mysterious ghost ships? I look forward to your comments, but please keep it friendly and respectful. Until we meet again, be good to yourselves and each other. I'm Steve Stockton, and I'll see you a little further on down the trail. Tell your animals Steve says hi.
Well, there's that one. That's Ghost Ships. Nicole wrote that one back before we got married. But hey, Andrew Gnomes Trucking's here. Kyrie, good morning. How you doing? Kyrie was a guest on my radio show a couple of weeks ago talking about haunted Denmark, some of the castles and gnomes and fairy tales and stuff from over there. Very interesting episode. Check it out if you have time. It's on the Clyde Lewis Ground Zero Radio Network. The name of my show is called Everything Out There. It broadcasts live Sunday nights from 9 to 11 Eastern Time. And then it's behind a paywall for a couple of weeks, and then they put it out on their website and all the podcatchers and everything, iHeartRadio and Apple Podcasts and Spreaker and all that. But about 2:32 a.m. here on the East Coast. Got a couple more videos to play for you, and then I'm going to head on out of here. Let's see. You want to hear about the origins of the Dogman? Or how about a little sample of my new series that I'm doing here on this channel called Dark Tales from Every State. I'm up through Colorado, I think. And Connecticut is the next one. I'm going through them alphabetically. I just picked one at random here. But this is the one for Arizona. And Judy, yeah, I do know some haunted places in Washington. When I lived in Oregon, I traveled up into Washington frequently and checked a lot of stuff out. So here we go. Haunted Tales from Every State. I'll see you back in just a few minutes here. Didn't mean to do that. Dark Tales from Arizona. Skinwalkers, shape-shifting terrors of Navajo legend. In the heart of the Navajo Nation, also known as the Diné people, where the vibrant red sandstone mesas rise majestically from the desert floor like ancient guardians, stories of the Skinwalkers weave through the air like an eerie melody. The tales are whispered with a mixture of fear and reverence, as if speaking their name could summon their malevolent presence. Deeply rooted in the traditions and taboos of Navajo culture, these witches are more than just figments of folklore. According to some, they are a chilling reality, their existence a constant reminder of the delicate balance between the spiritual and physical worlds. Their dark power looms over the land like an ominous cloud, leaving behind a lingering sense of unease in those who dare to speak of them. Unlike the playful and mischievous shapeshifters of European folklore, Skinwalkers are sinister and malevolent beings. They embody pure evil, their power derived from dark rituals and forbidden knowledge that has been passed down through generations. It is said that they are masters of Yi Naad Lushi, a powerful and dangerous form of witchcraft that grants them the ability to transform into animals, specifically those with whom they share a deep spiritual connection. Their presence radiates a sense of dread and danger, striking fear into the hearts of those who encounter them. The rumored transformation is said to be gruesome, a horrid violation of the natural order that twists the witch's humanity into something monstrous. Legends speak of them taking on the form of a coyote, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly intelligence, or a bear, its massive claws oozing with venomous saliva. But no matter what form they take, their intentions are always malevolent, fueled by a dark and twisted desire for harm and chaos. The very thought of encountering a skinwalker sends shivers down the spine and makes the skin crawl. The skinwalkers, dark and menacing creatures, are driven by deep-seated envy of those who possess what they do not, power. They are ruthless predators, preying on the weak and innocent, using their supernatural abilities to spread disease, misfortune, and ultimately death. With their powers of mimicry, they can imitate human voices and lure unsuspecting victims to isolated locations where they strike without fear of being caught. Those who have encountered them speak of an overwhelming sense of dread that fills the air when a skinwalker is near, as if evil itself has taken physical form. The Navajo or Diné people held a deep-seated reluctance to speak of skinwalkers to outsiders. Their very name was spoken in hushed tones for fear of attracting their attention and incurring their malevolent wrath. Despite this caution, tales of their dark deeds persisted through the generations, passed down as cautionary legends and a means of preserving cultural knowledge. These stories served as a stark reminder of the sacred traditions that governed their world and emphasized the utmost respect for them. On a dark and daring night, a group of reckless Navajo teenagers set out on an unimaginable journey. In their hearts, they held both fearless bravery and foolish curiosity as they headed towards the remote canyon known to be a skinwalker's lair. Their laughter echoed through the stillness of the desert, carrying with it a sense of youthful impulsiveness. As they ventured deeper into the canyon, the air seemed to grow heavy with an unexplainable tension, as if a storm were brewing in the distance. Shadows crept and slithered around them, twisting and contorting into menacing shapes. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream tore through the silence of the night, shattering any sense of security they may have had. With horror-filled eyes, they watched as one of their own was dragged into the darkness by a monstrous creature that resembled a massive coyote, its fiery gaze burning with malice. The remaining teenagers fled in terror, their once bold steps now faltering with fear and their minds forever imprinted by this encounter with the terrifying legend of the Skinwalker. The ominous legend of the Skinwalker serves as a chilling reminder that some forces are best left undisturbed, that tampering with the delicate balance of the natural world can have dire consequences. Its haunting tale has been whispered through generations, passed down from the ancient ones who first encountered its terrifying presence. The mere mention of its name sends shivers down the spine and conjures images of shape-shifting creatures prowling under the cover of darkness. It is a testament to the enduring power of belief, a reminder that even in our modern world, there are still mysteries that defy rational explanation and leave us questioning our own reality. The Mogollon Monster, Terror in the Rim Country. In the rugged wilderness of Arizona's Mogollon Rim, where towering pines cast long shadows and the air is thick with a heady scent of pine needles and damp earth, lurks a creature as elusive as it is terrifying, the Mogollon Monster. Its hulking figure, said to stand over 7 feet tall, blends perfectly into the dense forest, making it nearly impossible to spot. Despite its size, this enigmatic being moves with an airy grace, its footfalls barely disturbing the fallen leaves and twigs on the forest floor. For generations, its haunting presence has fueled countless campfire stories and inspired both fear and fascination among those brave enough to venture into its domain. Some claim it resembles the legendary Bigfoot or Sasquatch, with shaggy hair covering its body and piercing eyes that seem to glow in the darkness. Others believe it possesses supernatural powers, able to appear or disappear without a trace, or summon storms with a single roar. Whatever the truth may be, one thing is certain. The Mogollon Monster will continue to haunt these woods for years to come. The Mogollon Monster, unlike the more passive Bigfoot sightings reported in other parts of North America, is a creature that evokes fear and terror. Encounters with it are often characterized by aggression and a palpable sense of menace. Witnesses have described a towering bipedal creature, its body covered in thick dark hair that seems to blend into the shadows of the forest. Its eyes are said to glow with an eerie intelligence, unnerving those who dare to look directly into them. The stench of decay and wild musk lingers in the air, long after the creature has vanished into the undergrowth, leaving behind a sense of dread and unease. This is not a creature to be taken lightly or dismissed as a mere legend. The Mogollon monster is a terrifying presence that strikes fear into the hearts of all who encounter it. In the vast and rugged expanse of the Rim region, a particular area seems to be bustling with activity, the quaint town of Payson, Arizona. However, this is not your average bustling. Instead, it's alive with sightings of something otherworldly. Campers and hikers have reported hearing strange vocalizations that seem to echo through the canyons at night. These are no ordinary sounds, but rather guttural growls and high-pitched screams that send shivers down the spine. And it's not just eerie noises that have been reported. Some adventurers have returned to their campsites only to find their belongings scattered about and footprints, too large to be human, imprinted into the soft earth. This is no place for the faint-hearted or easily spooked. The Mogollon monster, a fearsome and elusive creature, is said to roam the remote sections of Tonto National Forest. One fateful day, a group of hikers stumbled upon it while exploring the depths of the forest. The sound of their footsteps must have alerted the beast, for it let out a deafening roar that shook the very trees and sent chills down the hikers' spines. In a moment of pure terror, they scattered in all directions as the creature charged toward them with incredible speed. The ground seemed to tremble beneath its heavy footsteps as it crashed through the undergrowth in pursuit of its prey. One hiker, separated from the safety of his companions, stumbled and fell to the ground. Paralyzed by fear, he could only watch in horror as the massive creature loomed over him, its hot breath reeking of decay. But, to his surprise, the creature hesitated before him, almost as if studying him with a strange curiosity. Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, it turned and vanished back into the depths of the forest. The hiker lay there for what seemed like an eternity, until he finally found the courage to get up and run back to his companions. From that day on, they never dared wander too deep into Tonto National Forest again. The Mogollon monster, a legendary creature said to dwell in the rugged wilderness of the Mogollon Rim, continues to both captivate and terrify those who live and explore this untamed land. It's a mystery that has persisted for generations, whether it's a real animal, simply a case of mistaken identity, or perhaps even a figment of our collective imagination. The mere mention of its name conjures up images of red eyes gleaming in the darkness, massive footprints in soft earth, and spine-chilling howls echoing through the canyons. And while some may brush it off as superstition or folklore, there are those of us who believe that there are still places in our modern world where the wild things roam freely and where some mysteries are best left unsolved. The Lost Dutchman's Gold Mine, Curse of the Superstition Mountains. The Superstition Mountains are a rugged and jagged range of peaks that pierce the desert floor east of Phoenix, Arizona, like ancient spears. The stark beauty of this landscape is both alluring and imposing, with its steep cliffs and unforgiving terrain. But it's not just the physicality of the mountains that intrigues people. It's the legend that shrouded them in mystery. The tale of the Lost Dutchman's Gold Mine, with its promises of hidden riches and treachery that has lured countless treasure seekers to their deaths, rumored to be cursed by an unknown force. Our story takes us back to the mid-1800s, where we meet Jacob Waltz, a rugged German immigrant who arrived in Arizona amidst the frenzy of the gold rush. The locals called him the Dutchman, a solitary figure who kept to himself and rarely spoke of his past. Whispers and hearsay began to spread like wildfire as people started to believe that he had discovered a magnificent, untamed gold mine hidden deep within the craggy peaks of the Superstition Mountains. According to legend, Waltz guarded the whereabouts of his mine with impenetrable secrecy, only entrusting the knowledge to a select few individuals. Like a mythical creature emerging from the depths of the mountains, he would return bearing saddlebags brimming with gleaming gold ore, enough to lead a comfortable life but never one of showy luxury. It was as if he feared drawing too much attention and risking the safety of his precious discovery. In the later years of his life, Vault's once robust health began to decline. In a desperate bid to secure his legacy, he entrusted Julia Thomas, the proprietor of a boarding house in Phoenix, with a map and cryptic instructions leading to his elusive mine. Rumors swirled about the exact location of the Lost Dutchman's gold mine, but despite numerous attempts by adventurous souls like Julia Thomas, it remained shrouded in mystery and danger, tantalizingly out of reach. Even on his deathbed, Vaults held on to the secret tightly, leaving behind only faint whispers and an unbreakable enigma for those who dared to seek their fortune within its treacherous depths. Since then, countless others have been enticed by the irresistible lure of the Superstition Mountains, beckoned by the promise of untold riches and eternal glory. With worn maps clutched tightly in their hands, unwavering determination in their hearts, and an unshakable belief in the legend, they set out into this rugged wilderness. The sun beats down relentlessly on their backs as they navigate through rocky canyons and dense forests, their metal detectors buzzing with every potential find. Every step forward, bringing them closer to fulfilling their dream of uncovering the Dutchman's elusive treasure and securing their place in history as fearless adventurers who conquered the Superstition Mountains' secrets. However, the mountains, it seems, are fiercely guarding their secrets. The rugged terrain is unforgiving and treacherous, with steep cliffs and rocky slopes waiting to trip up unsuspecting travelers. The desert heat is unrelenting, sapping the strength of even the most experienced hikers. And when thunderclouds gather in the sky, flash floods can rage and ravage through the canyons with little warning, sweeping away anything and anyone in their path. But it's not just the natural dangers that pose a threat. Many believe that the Lost Dutchman's gold mine is protected by a curse, woven into the very fabric of these ancient mountains. Whispers of strange happenings and unexplainable disappearances only add to the sense of foreboding that hangs heavy in the air. For decades, the treacherous terrain of the Superstition Mountains has been shrouded in mystery. Countless tales of unexplained disappearances and suspicious deaths have swirled through the air, leaving a trail of fear and intrigue in their wake. Some unfortunate souls have simply vanished without a trace, their fates forever unknown, and their loved ones left to wonder. Others have been discovered dead under bizarre circumstances, their bodies bearing strange markings or injuries that seem to defy all logic and reason. The secrets hidden within these rocky peaks seem to taunt those who dare to explore them, daring them to uncover the truth behind the mysteries that haunt this unforgiving landscape. The eerie tragedies that befall those who dare to venture into the Superstition Mountains serve as a chilling reminder of their treacherous nature. Some attribute these deaths to foul play, others to natural causes, and some even believe in the wrath of the Dutchman's curse. But no matter what the cause, they all share one common warning. The superstitions are not to be trifled with. Despite these dangers, however, the legend of the Lost Dutchman's gold mine continues to captivate the imagination, a testament to our enduring fascination with the allure of hidden treasure and the high price some are willing to pay for it. The mountains loom with an ominous aura, shrouded in mystery and danger. And yet, for many brave explorers, the promise of discovering untold riches beckons them toward its rocky and haunted peaks. Well, friends, there you have it. What do you think of these dark tales from Arizona? I look forward to your comments, but please keep it friendly and respectful. Until we meet again, be good to yourselves and each other. Stay safe out there. As for me, I'll see you a little farther on down the trail. I'm Steve Stockton, and I'll talk to you next time. And please, tell your animals I said hi. And that's the Dark Tales from Every State series. So working my way through them. Connecticut will be the next one out. But more to come. And immersive storytelling and stuff. Got a lot of cool stuff going on this channel. Of course, you can always join me over on my other channel, Missing Persons and Mysteries, where I delve into some strange disappearances, missing 411 type things. Thanks everybody for being here with me tonight. It's going on 3 a.m. here. I'm going to play one more video, and then I'll come back and tell you. See you later. Oh, hey there, Race Fan, WFO K86DHR. Is that a ham radio call sign? It's what it looks like. But anyway, let's go ahead and do this. This is from a site called theblackvault.com. Has a lot of FOIA government stuff in there, secret, spooky conspiracy stuff. This one's about the possible origins of the Dog Man. So play this one, and then I'll come back and tell you all good night. So here we go. See what you think about this. See you right after this.
Hello, friends. Steve Stockton here with you. Welcome to our latest video. In this episode, we bring you something a lot different. This time we're taking a look at the Black Vault. That's the CIA's research, files, and experiments conducted on rats, dogs, monkeys, and yes, humans. Join me. Let's walk and see. But before we begin, please take a moment to make sure you're subscribed, notification bell is on, and also you can click join. Become a member of the channel, get some exclusive members only perks. In 2018, American citizens seemed to band together and force the federal government into releasing documents related to the project we now know referred to as MKUltra. This project was centered around mind control operations in an unknown amount of endless black sites around the United States. There have been many people that have come forward, admitting they were victims of MKUltra, many of them troubled by their childhood, full of experiments, abuse, and outright torture. These people have continually received visits from what seems to be government officials, the actual, real-life men in black. The men never identify themselves and rarely acknowledge the victims orally. They are seen stalking the victims, watching from a distance, and listening in on phone calls. The victims are often followed and cornered in stores and on roads, locked in by cars with these men inside and perpetually harassed. Victims set upon by these men often move and go into hiding in fear for their and their families' lives. Although most of the victims remain in the shadows, some of them even going as far to use fake identities and never going out in public for fear of being found again. But some of them are very outspoken on social media. They have many accounts, as they seemingly get censored or just deleted, with no way to reinstate those accounts. There are supposedly many celebrities involved in some of these operations, and many of the victims have spoken out against a supposed Hollywood ring. It includes Freemasons, politicians, and shadowy clubs, an elite class of rulers globally whose lists are unknown to the rest of us. The Black Vault is a coordinated effort, some say led by a man named John Greenwald Jr. There's an actual website called The Black Vault, which you can visit at www.theblackvault.com, where he compiled much of his work, research, and Freedom of Information Act requests, which did result in him receiving declassified documents. According to United States Code Section C 552, the Freedom of Information Act offers citizens a copy of records that obtain federal actions, emails, calls, military operations, spy operations, homeland security operations, and more personal information about another person, such as addresses, work records, school records, and more. The FOIA, as it's shortened to, requests are often answered, yet not responded to for months or years. The records are often redacted with black lines through them to protect the identities of certain people, governments, or places. File number C00021825, dated 28 September 1967, begins with Dear Doctor, and goes on to describe what appears to be an experiment in mind control. It seems to have begun with rats, but continued on with dogs, using electrodes, controlling such behaviors as turning, running, and stopping. A direct quote from that first letter is as follows. As you knew, I spent about 3 years working in the research area of rewarding electrical stimulation of the brain, the Olds effect, as it has sometimes been called. The work that we did involved both basic and applied aspects. In the laboratory, we performed a number of experiments with rats. In the open field, we employed dogs of several breeds. The culmination of our work was several publications that elucidated the nature of brain stimulation reward. In addition to a demonstrated procedure for controlling the free field behaviors of an unrestrained dog, behavioral control was limited to distances of 100 to 200 yards at most. Both kinds of work were described in detail in the final report for that project, information redacted here, which I believe you have in your possession. We could establish an under-the-roof laboratory that would be equipped to study the basic parameters of the control procedure using a small animal, such as the rat. I have in mind the construction of a sizable enclosure, a miniature representation of an open terrain. The letter/document goes on to say that the writer believes work in an open field could be useful, as they had already tested on dogs and a range of species could be used. They questioned whether the experiment, stereotaxic atlases, which is defined as a number of records of brain structure of a particular animal accompanied with coordinates, would be efficient or available for a specific species. Stating that hardware was an issue, and not the behavioral requirements of such an experiment, the next part of the document states, quote, "There are behavioral problems that can be researched, however. If a small animal is to move from point A to point B, automatically controlled or under constant control by a human, what problems of competing rewards do we face? How easily is the animal distracted, and by what? If control is lost, how may it be reestablished?" End quote. Now, this document may sound like simple beginnings of research into dog behavior manipulation to the common person. However, with all the dog sightings and the recent forthcomings of statements made by veterans, police, park rangers, and regular citizens, is this the proof of the phenomenon we know as dogmen? Are these the ancestors to the dog-like creatures people are seeing out in the woods and national parks? Do these dogs have advanced intelligence? Is that intelligence a response or a direct reaction to these experiments? Of course, we'll never get straight answers from any of the agencies that worked on these experiments, but for now, we do know these experiments really happened, and these dogs were being controlled by electronic means. The dogmen in question that we keep hearing about are creatures that stand on 2 legs or sometimes walk on 4 like a dog. They are massive in size. Often, reports state they are 8 to 10 feet tall, excessive muscles that stand out very defined like a bodybuilder's, and these creatures are highly intelligent. They are sneaky, prefer to stay out of sight, or often run when they are seen. They can run up trees at phenomenal speeds and jump from branch to branch dozens of feet off the ground. They are fast and quiet. Although these creatures are said to be so large and terrifying at first sight, they have been known to protect humans, especially in circumstances when the human was being attacked or stalked by the creature some call Bigfoot. For some unknown reason, many stories have come out saying that the unsuspecting human was surprised by the Bigfoot creatures, and then, seemingly out of nowhere, the dogmen attack and chase off the Bigfoot. We don't know why this happens, and there haven't been any documented cases declassified of Bigfoot being a verified creature, so to say. Now, these dogmen creatures are what this community believes to be the legend called werewolves. Massive beings that are human-like in their looks, behavior, and even their eyes. It seems they have an awareness of themselves and the humans around them above those of actual recognized dog species. They are conspicuous when near humans, ensuring they don't get close most of the time. They intentionally hide behind trees, bushes, and buildings. They do hunt, often seen eating the recently deceased carcasses of deer, rabbits, and more. Despite their enormous size, they are astonishingly quiet, able to walk right up to an innocent human out on a hike or picnic. The only telltale sign that they are near is the description of their smell. The smell, often described as the most horrendous smell hikers and campers have ever smelled, similar to that of a Bigfoot, is said to smell like death or a rotting animal. The smell of death is often unmistakable. People have been the unfortunate ones to experience this, know that this particular smell will hit you with an immediate sense of dread. A trigger to your instincts, if you will. Basic human survival, something is wrong, that type of warning. This smell instantly hooks you into the scene, bringing about awareness of your surroundings that's very heightened in every sense, searching for the source of it. Hunters and hikers often freeze when smells like this present themselves. The smell is often accompanied by a predator. Usually it's a big one, such as a bear, mountain lion, or the elusive panther, animals that you don't want to be caught off guard around. Ones that will attack you, sometimes with zero provocation, but you have to remember you're in their territory without their permission. The next occurrence seems to be the presentation of the creatures, often letting the humans spot them, but not close enough to endanger themselves. They may peek around trees or just confront the visitors face on, and those stories usually don't end in happy retellings. There seems to be two types of these creatures as well. The dogmen, who seem to be a more relaxed, helpful, or the friendly type. The second type is the exact opposite, unfriendly, even aggressive in some reports, chasing, howling, and growling at people who mistakenly get too close. One interesting report from the subreddit /dogmen came from user Electrical Day 5402 and states, quote, "This town has a concealed history of UFO and extraterrestrial sightings. I do wonder if their extraterrestrials were indeed bipedal dogmen and not greys, as I had initially assumed. Orb-like UFOs are common to spot around here. They stay up far beyond the 30-minute mark, ruling out drones, and they are eerily silent. But when they do hover closer to the ground, I do know Dogman doesn't like that. And when one starts howling about the nearing orb-like UFO, it sets off all the others too. I wonder how many people thought the neighborhood dogs were reacting to UFOs, not realizing it was Dogman." End quote. So is it possible that these experiments had an unsuspected effect on these dogs? That it created a somehow different species or a hybrid out of them? Maybe some of them escaped, which wouldn't be too rare for these laboratory experiments. When these experiments happen, they can't exactly announce to the public that a sick or deformed animal is loose, especially when you consider the time period, the 50s and 60s, which were filled with civil rights battles and a more conservative time in general. What are the chances that the government would have ever admitted to losing these dogs? Now, someone in our community managed to compile a Google Map document of dogmen sightings around the USA. Seems they're concentrated in the states of Kentucky, Indiana, Illinois, Michigan, Pennsylvania. These are just a few of the sightings that are out there. You can find many, many on Reddit or YouTube channels where viewers send in their personal accounts. Sometimes you hear another story. Sometimes you may hear a story when you're just out and about. Gas stations, small country stores, or just in passing. The name on the Black Vault declassified documents have been blocked out. These documents include what is labeled as a final report, dated 1st of July 1962 to the 30th of September 1965, titled Remote Control of Behavior with Rewarding Electrical Stimulation of the Brain. One of the most interesting things about this report is the very first abstract, also referred to as reasons or purposes of research. The abstract is blocked out, and so far, no one has come forward admitting what the initial purpose of all this was. The report is 69 pages long and states, quote, "The specific aim or the research program was to examine the feasibility of controlling the behavior of a dog in an open field by means of remotely triggered electrical stimulation of the brain," end quote. What would be the purpose of controlling a dog? Is it a military purpose? Something more nefarious? There are photographs accompanying these files that show the dogs. Later, some of the dogs were identified as beagles, with admittance that there were several other breeds used, but never named, with strange-looking scientific equipment attached to their bodies and heads. On MichigansThumb.com, Tiara Smith writes, "The first reported sighting of a dogman creature was in 1887. She also states, quote, "Similar sightings occurred more frequently throughout the 1950s in Allegan County. Then in the 1960s, reports of seeing the beast came from Cross Village, Big Rapids, and Manistee County," end quote. Were these locations of some of these black sites? We'll never know. The report of the experiments ends with diagrams and notes. There were bolts placed in the dog's body, along with a type of glue and wires. The notes describe the sessions as being up to 8 or more hours in length. also stating the dogs are routinely given a quarter grain of morphine hydrochloride 45 minutes prior to surgery. Deep surgical anesthesia is accompanied with phenobarbital. End quote. We know these experiments continue as the Beagle Freedom Project sent out seething letters to Anthony Fauci and the National Institute of Health division he was presiding over. On October 27, 2021, the New York Post writer Jackie Sallow wrote, quote, "A bombshell report from the watchdog group White Coat Waste Project claimed that the agency spent $1.68 million in taxpayer funds on drug tests on 44 Beagle puppies." The writer slammed the experiments, which allegedly also involved locking the dogs in cages with hungry sandflies so that the insects could eat them alive, as unethical. Congresswoman Nancy Mace, with nearly 24 bipartisan colleagues, sent a letter about these experiments to Dr. Fauci on October 21, 2021, which is available to read on the whitecoatwaste.org website. These experiments add up to tens of millions of dollars over the course of 20-plus years. It doesn't matter who's performing these experiments, but we can't help but wonder if these and future ones will cause more dogmen or hybrid creatures that are similar to them. We do love to report, though, that over 4,000 beagles were rescued, treated, and adopted from a lab in 2019 located in Virginia. That lab is now closed down. Or could it be that maybe dogmen are actually werewolves? Maybe some of them have just become accustomed to humans, and that's why they're not as violent when these encounters are happening. Or could it be wild dogs that have had experiments performed that have transformed their minds, bodies, and even souls, if you believe dogs have a soul, which I do. There are so many questions and not nearly enough answers. Currently, there are over 14,000 animal shelters and rescue groups in the USA alone. An estimated 6 million animals pass through these shelters every day. Hopefully, one day we will decrease those numbers and be able to provide safe and loving homes for them all. May all of you stay safe and keep an eye out for those furry, four-legged beasts. Well, friends, there you have it. Told you this was something a little different. What do you think? What's your theory on the dogman? Werewolf? Government experiment gone awry? Or maybe something we haven't considered? As always, I look forward to your comments, but please keep it friendly and respectful. Till we meet again, be good to yourselves and each other. Stay safe out there. As for me, I'll see you a little further on down the trail. I'm Steve Stockton, and I'll talk to you next time. Please hug your animals close and tell them I said hi.
Well, what do you think about that? The origins of the dogman. Creepy stuff, something to ponder. Well, that's going to wrap it up for this live stream. Been on here a little over 4 hours. It's just after 3 a.m. here on the East Coast of the U.S. I'm going to go lay down for a little while. I'll probably do another live stream tonight, Saturday night, over on the other channel. Play some missing person videos and stuff over there. So join me. In the meantime, be good to yourselves and each other. Stay safe out there. I'll see you a little further on down the trail. And indeed, tell your animals I said hi. All right, folks. That'll do it for this time. Thanks, everybody that's been here with me. I think there's a few of you that have been here all 4 hours. And also tonight, Lee G over on First Floor Audio. It's easy for me to say. We'll be doing his songs from the Mothership, some of your favorite cover songs from the 80s and beyond. And I'll leave you with a little Lee G here. This is one of my favorites of his called Calm Before the Storm. Good night, everybody. See you soon.
It's one thing to be upset with someone. Yeah, one thing to hold a grudge over one mistake. Oh, one mistake isn't much to make. It's one mistake. And you're sorry, you're so sorry. But it's just the calm before the storm. Someday the cloud will break so that the sun can shine. Well, ain't it something to be in love with someone? Ain't it shameful when they do the dirty deed? Oh, that's one mistake, a mistake you can't afford to make a big mistake. Now you've blown away the trust. It's just a calm before the storm. Someday the clouds will break so that the sun